for my own benefit, but for the benefit of those watching.
Cameron, I think it's time for bed, bud.
Here we go. We're live on YouTube. Woo. All right.
Sweet.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Di Bear. This is the last Bear Truth. Wait, no, the last Pirate panel until April. Sorry, the last Bear Truth. I need to mute myself. Hold on. Apparently, I'm live on Rumble.
I'd hope so.
Wait, where the hell am I hearing myself? Oh, there we go. All right. I keep forgetting you can't hear my desktop on this. All right. So we have this is such a professional stream. I need a drink. We have a special guest tonight, Liberty Toad. We realized that we had no idea what the other person was talking about on Twitter one night and decided to have this conversation. And I think it's a good one that needs to be had. And it would be nice if some of the influencers that we follow also would, have this discussion. Because I feel like people are talking past each other all the time. But we are going to talk a little bit about the race debate that's going on within the conservative side of politics. I don't want to call us Republicans because I don't think any of us want to call ourselves Republicans, although we're the voting base. But Liberty Toad, who are you?
Doing great.
So you want to tell the story of how we met?
Sure. I guess it was a while back. I need to take a look back, but basically shit posting on. Well, I don't know. Is it G-rated or is it okay?
Nah.
Person. Okay. Well, just posting on the interwebs on Twitter. I think it was not too long after I joined. And it was on like a Michael Malice post and something along the lines. And then we ended up commenting on each other. I think I commented on your post and then you commented on mine. And then somehow we ended up joining and we've kind of been following each other and commenting on each other's posts ever since. So,
yeah, I was drunk that night. So I was there. Michael, I feel like Michael Malice used to be better than he is now. I don't know. Something's missing with him.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay. Yeah. He used to be a lot of fun and we get into these big, long conversations on his tweets. And I think I spent a few hours on it that night. And there was some other dude spewing some stupid crap. And so I was just messing with him. And then you jumped in and that's how we met.
Yeah. I don't think it lasts. I mean, I don't really post on his feed anymore. I don't find anything like intriguing to post. But, my thing is this conservative discussion, like I hit everything from the right. Like I believe that what we call conservatives today, Republicans today, are to the left of where liberals were in the 90s. And we've shifted. We don't know it. And nobody.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting discussion for sure. Because I think you're 100% right.
And so, and I attack everything from the right, which usually makes people's head explode. In some of these things, and I don't want to go too far into the discussion. Like I said, we need a little sound button to say, Shane, shut up.
All right, Short. Tell us about yourself.
I have a
Are
way
you
with
start
words.
Streaming again or no?
Not streaming yet because I'm in transition. Like this is actually an officially transition period of my life, but I am starting to record videos. I'm trying something a little bit new. I figured if I can have past me play a game and I can have present me comments on the game, hopefully I can get the best of both worlds. Like if I'm not going to stream live, I don't have that element in there. I'm going to try to do it because a lot of times you see people like if they're you're watching a gaming thing, it's a lot of grunting and a lot of oofs because they're focused on the gameplay. And so I just had a light bulb where it's like, well, if I just have the game playing and I'm watching it, but I can actually provide commentary more like a podcast, so you're getting a little bit more cerebral, content on that regard while also getting the gameplay. That might work. So I'm going to try that, if nothing else, for my own sanity. So I am ramping that up. I'm hoping to get all that done before the move and then just time release it. And then once I settle down and figure out what the heck I'm doing with my life, and I can actually set a schedule, then I'll start doing that again.
Awesome. Ryan.
Hey, what's up?
Tell us about yourself. Aren't you a Rumble partner now? Did
Yes,
you get it?
I am a Rumble partner. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh.
very nice.
We're gonna have to talk
I
about this.
wouldn't honestly, if my phone wasn't suddenly like blowing up on the 13th, I got like 10 more followers in like 5 minutes. I thought my account was getting spammed. So I was like, what the hell's going on? So I went onto the website, and that's when they added that bar on there, the featured bar or whatever. I went in there, and my name was listed. I was like, what the hell's this? Because I had never received an email confirming or denying it. So I was very surprised by it. But we got it.
Tell them why.
Huh?
Tell them why.
I've already took up enough time, but we figured we settled it.
So he's embarrassed.
I'm not embarrassed.
Little goofballs
out-
too many
Oh, here's
The
emails. That's
email
what
I
it is.
used that I thought was deactivated and forwarded, but I forgot that I already reactivated. So they sent it to that email, and
Oh, Lordy.
I never saw it.
All right.
Classic.
Yeah.
And then Llama
Nothing-
is our
nothing
very
interesting.
special 2-time Rumble partner.
Hey.
Well, so am I.
They can't get enough of me. I got featured yesterday.
Finally, again.
That's what Silver was saying, dude. The whole chat. I've been featured like once a week,
Hot dog.
which I mean,
High
I
rollers.
appreciate it. It's helped me out a lot. I mean, I'm sitting at like almost 500 now.
Nice.
Glitch says, yeet, fuckers. Yo, Glitch. Condo's on date night. I don't think he can hear us.
Oh, he's listening in the shadows.
Maybe. He might be watching chat for sure.
You know, I think he keeps choosing his wife over this group, and I'm starting to feel a little jilted here. You know,
Feel
gotta
like
get
he's
your
cheating
priorities
on you?
straight, Conda.
Hmm. I know, and then he didn't realize that we switched to the first and third Saturdays of the month, and it was like, but bro, we talked about it on stream, and then we confirmed it in Discord.
Yeah, he kind of not always all the way up there. He doesn't always have everything up there.
I might have to do a summary Discord message when we return. Like, all right, guys, first and third, you guys wanted twice a month. Have you guys done the rating on Rumble yet? The new raids?
Is that they actually they said it was supposed to come out like 2 weeks from now.
Oh, I thought it was implemented already. Okay.
No. Raids
Yeah, a
raids
lot's
come
changed
out
since yesterday.
not next week, but the week after. I know ranting on Android should be out now, and if it's not, it's out later this week. And then what was the other really big one? Playlist got backburnered for a little bit. The live feature, the Rumble Partner Live shows you who's live. That's good. That's up now. Thank God. So what they're doing now, which is actually kind of cool and beneficial, is instead of just cycling on the homepage through creators, like all 111, we'll get into that. All 111 out of 100. They now, the only ones that cycle on that front page every 15 minutes is who's live. So that's nice.
Interesting.
It's who's
And it
live
has a
or
little
just
ring
cycles
around
in
it that says
general?
live.
Well, I know we're gonna have a big discussion about that tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna be big.
All right. All right, so let's talk about our feature, True Survivor. Welcome, good to see you. The conservative race debate. Are we talking past each other? And let me start, Shane, with what I was seeing, because we had that one Twitter conversation a couple weeks ago, and I am not seeing what you're seeing. And I think what's interesting is there's a person from Detroit who I game with regularly, and he will say things that make absolutely no sense. And then like Psycho, who's also from Detroit, will like interpret, and it's like, dude, learn how to speak some freaking English. And then he's gotten a little better instead of using slang or whatever. But I'm just wondering if what we have is a communication style issue, and people don't understand that the other group doesn't understand what the hell they're saying.
There is 100%. That is a major factor, but it's worse than that. It is far worse than that. And I fell into this. We are literally programmed to respond in the exact wrong way. That there is an alliance a conservative alliance that is potential. And
You mean among
let's
blacks
just
and
say-
whites?
what's that?
You mean
Yeah.
among blacks and whites?
100%.
Yeah, and I see that because like if we talk in person, like every black person I talk to in person, most of them, they want the same thing I want.
Yeah. In fact, contrary to liberal media programming, this is where the programming comes from. A lot of our understanding of the black community comes through liberal Hollywood and comes through liberal media. If you actually know, black folks, they're more conservative than white conservatives.
Yeah, and they're also likely to have a great time with the whites out in the country, the ones who they fear.
I had somebody say that the
drinking
other day.
beer.
It was like,
Yeah.
somebody commented on my post that said, because they see I got redneck conservative. I'm like, I don't run away from that. I'm a country boy. And they comment on my post and they said, I grew up around rednecks. We never had a problem. Those are the people that we're supposed to be afraid of, but I never saw it growing up.
Yep.
And
same.
I never saw it. And this is the fundamental problem that I see, because I went from Western PA in the country, and very small black population, to DC, where it was high. There was very high. Baltimore and DC was very high density, minority populations and things. And this is the crazy thing that I realized, is that most interactions between black folks and white folks is between black folks and white liberals. Like, this was something I realized that I just kept my mouth shut, and I was listening in on a lot of different black spaces, a lot of different places, and I realized, holy crap, they're talking about white liberals. Everything they're talking about,
They
I'm
think
like,
all
I
white
agree
people
with
are
them
white
100%. I'm like,
Wow.
this is, I was a country bumpkin who moved to the big city after college, and they looked at me. I could get rid of my country accent and blend in a little bit, but I saw how they looked down at me. I went to Georgetown to get my MBA, and I saw how, I was a country bumpkin. I was one of 4 conservatives in a cohort of 54. Most of them were frickin' socialists. I'm not lying about this.
I believe you. Yeah.
And what was crazy is the conservatives was a dude from Sri Lanka, my buddy from the Philippines, 2 of my best friends now, and another white dude. And I'm like, 2 immigrants, 2 white country dudes, and everybody else was pretty much, I don't know, like, they're good people, they're nice people, I don't want to give them a hard time, but like, they were so far to the left of me economically, like big government solutions. We literally did a case study before, because we went to India for a consultation, and before we went there, we did a lot of case studies on India and the history of India, and how the explosion in the Indian economy happened when they introduced free market capitalism to India, because it was 50 years of socialism.
Well, even China exploded after they introduced free market principles.
Yes, 100%.
And then they also allowed religion to a certain degree, because they realized that without religion, there would be civil unrest. So they
100%.
they have a bastardized version of religion to keep people under control.
Yeah, and we did a case study. 1.2 billion people in India, give or take. Mm-hmm. There were around 100 million wealthy people and 900 plus million in extreme poverty for 50 years. Well, the population increased, but at the end of that 50 years, 900 million people in extreme poverty, no bathrooms, no running water, dirt floors, everything. And within 20 years of introducing free market, 600 million people came into the middle class. I went over there. The place was booming. Yeah. It was insane. And we did a case study, and then the professor asked us, What do we do to get rid of the other 300 million that are in extreme poverty? One hand after another. This government program. Well, the government should be doing this. Well, and I'm sitting there and I just had to be quiet because my head was exploding. I wanted to act like, do a scene from Jack Nicholson from A Few Good Men, just go off on the whole entire class because it was like you couldn't make it up. It was comedy. And
Okay,
they didn't
pause for a
understand.
sec. I want to say hi to Sonic Blue and Eli Sanchez. Welcome, guys. Good to have you here. I want to go back to what you were saying about how they think that all white people are white liberals, because one thing that was really bothering me after the election that went on forever is how everyone started blaming white women for Trump losing, and white women are all the problem, and we need to take away white women's ability to vote. It was so reactionary.
You are hitting on some of the things that literally, my whole thing is conservative men need to toughen the hell up. We need to toughen up.
We've got three conservative men here who are very tough.
Yeah, I agree. But it's few and far between. I'm telling you, It is like I've heard racism more times in the past 2 months from conservative men on the internet than I've ever heard in my entire freaking life, being called by liberals. And this is completely insane to me. And that issue of saying it's like we are armed to say all the wrong things to alienate everybody for the fact that we need to toughen up and we need to get our act together. Like the women, taking away women's vote. Oh, I want to take a flamethrower to people when I hear that stuff. So sorry.
Ryan Schwartz, what are your guys' thoughts?
Ryan, you're a partner.
Yeah.
You go.
Huh?
You're like,
I said, Ryan, you're a partner. You go ahead. You go ahead.
Wow. Because you see all the crap on Twitter.
I mean, it's an understandable blowback because, I mean, everybody's seen the Discord lately, or the discourse, not the Discord, the discourse, where conservatives are they're not really putting themselves in a good light at all when it comes to the women right now. The way they've been getting out of control over a calendar, getting out of control because some woman's boobs are too big or something like that. Like they're putting themselves in a light right now where it's like, yeah, how can people not look at all of that, especially women, with some with some sense of contempt? I think that needs to sizzle, simmer down a little bit, bring it back to where it was, where everybody could feel invited and you weren't attacking stupid things like that, and
stay away from
not putting the blame
issues.
and not putting the blame on one side or the other, but working together for a common problem that everybody realizes, but they want to push it on somebody. Just fix the problem. Don't worry about who caused it.
Crap, I thought of something and I forgot what it was. You said something that made me think. Crap. Dead air is great.
Well, I don't know if you wanted me to jump in here, but the thing that you're talking about with the women, is the exact same thing we do with the Black community. Exactly the same.
Alienating
the hell out of them.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have believed it until, like I said, I just shut up and I showed up and I listened and I started to hear perspectives. And now it's all I see on the internet. It doesn't matter what it is. They're just random feeds. And then somebody will just step in and start insulting the Black community. Why? Why are you doing this on the feed?
That idiot from Turning Point? I never met that guy.
It's just, and I believe it is intentional, and I believe it's deeper than this. If you go back to the Black and Tan, I don't know if anybody knows about the Lily Whites or the Black and Tans.
Oh, we're
in the
totally doing
Republican-
everything tonight. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to be responding to chat. Keep
Oh.
going.
So the black and tans and the lily whites. The lily whites won out in the Republican Party. It was a far more conservative party when it had a strong black coalition in the Republican Party. The lily whites won out. They legitimately pushed the black Republicans out. The lily whites were progressive, and we need to understand.
Okay,
this
thank you. Yeah.
and this is the thing is the size of government exploded. If you look at the percentage as a percentage of our GDP, it exploded since 1910.
Which would explain why. Remember, Brandon Strzok was arrested.
Yes.
He had a really good movement going on.
Yes.
And all the things that they've been getting away with throwing these people in prison, like solitary confinement, without even being charged. Both sides are approving of this, both Republicans and Democrats. So we have people in the Republican Party who would have power to fight this, and they just choose not to say anything.
You want me to blow your mind here over
Sure.
that thing? So there is. Have you ever heard of Sonny Johnson?
Yeah, I see her all the time because of you.
Oh yeah, I love her to death, and she says explosive things. I don't
She
exactly.
says things though that confuse me because it's like, what in the hell
Well,
are
so-
you pushing?
If you understand what she's saying, she is probably the smartest political mind I have ever seen. And she says these things intentionally. I don't agree with what she says all the time. I understand exactly why she's saying it, because she's trying to break the programming. She is trying to break the programming, and it's intentional. Well, until I realized that, she triggered the hell out of me sometimes. I've been following her for a lot of years now from Sirius, because she's on Sirius XM Patriot Radio. That's where I found her. And she's probably the smartest person politically. But I don't know where I was going exactly with that. But the issue is that what happens is there's nonsensical stuff that's brought into things. And there's an alliance. We could actually ally and take this back, kick the progressives out, because a lot of the people saying the nonsensical things are progressives in the Republican Party. I call them Team Red progressives.
Yep.
They're big government people, and I want them out, and I want to replace them with.
And I've been saying that for years. Like,
yes,
we need to
and it's the
don't
curse.
not vote for Republicans on the national level. That's too late. You
I
got to
know.
vote Republican. But if you're not invested at the primaries and at the local level, if you're not putting up good candidates at that level, no one's going to win. We're all screwed. That's where you have to fight, which is why I was angry about like no one paying it, like Trump not being in debates. The Republican Party needs to pull people together if they want to be candidates. And actually, of course, they don't want us talking about what the platform should be, which is part of why that's not happening. But this could have been a really good year for the Republican Party, for the people, if everyone was brought into the conversation. But we siloed so heavily. And when you look at, like, I used to subscribe to Tim Pool. I really liked his show. And then like when DeSantis even before DeSantis announced, they were crapping all over him, and it was such an emotional reaction. And it just really reminded me, a lot of these people who are voting Republican now, who are the independent media for the conservative side, aren't actually conservative. They're all former Democrats, and Tim's emotionalism came out.
Yeah.
And that is what I've seen from liberals throughout my entire life, is they always tried to legislate morality, and like it's Trump's turn thing. Screw that. It's our decision whose turn it is. Don't tell me you have to vote for Trump because it's his turn. Stop that.
Well, J6, I remember.
Very Hillary thing.
Yes.
It was J6 was the topic I was trying to. I lost track of it.
Straka, yeah.
Because the J6. So what are we complaining about? Is this is a liberal city, right? There's these capital trials. The federal government. We're complaining about all these things that are happening in these liberal cities where people are not getting fair trials, right?
Yeah.
Who's been complaining about not getting fair trials, about the government, the police forces, the judicial systems within these blue cities for the past 8 years?
Absolutely. Black folks.
And
it's interesting listening
conservatives
to
don't
Nick
know.
Ricchetta, because he talks about that too. He'll be like, if a black dude was on trial for this, he'd be thrown in the slammer right away.
And this is the thing that we don't look at, because a lot of times we're in different places geographically and we don't talk the same language. And this is the thing that Sonny actually helped to drill in, is like, you think that the system is freaking rigged now in blue cities and blue places? It's always been that way. And have you ever heard of Hotep Jesus?
Yeah.
Well, he's saying conservatives are the new N-word, right? And, that's what his saying is, like, you guys don't realize it. They're just finally getting to you.
Yeah.
Right? And you don't know it any better what's going on. And that's the thing that when you start realizing.
But we need to have more of that clearly stated on social media instead of the shock stuff. Like, they need to start being very real instead of white people don't get it. White people don't get it. White people are so stupid. Can you believe these white people? No. Tell us what you just said. Right.
This is the thing, is some of it, just like we don't understand some of the communication issues there, it goes both ways. That's why I think I can be a better communicator of what people are trying to say, because there's a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions of us as well. Yeah. And what you're seeing is out of complete frustration. Especially,
and it's confusing for those of us who don't have those experiences in real life. And so some of this stuff that you see on social media, it's like, why are you crapping on white people when some of you actually do interact with real white people out in the real world and you have no problem with it? And I think for a lot of us, it's the same thing. Like, most of us aren't from New York City. We're not from freaking LA. We're just normal people who take each individual on an individual basis. Content of your character. That's something most of us believe in. And those of us who actually do bring that up, we're crapped on for it. So,
however, is the issue is we are set up a lot. We are set up completely. And then when we're set up by progressives, we're completely set up, and then we show our asses completely.
Oh, like in Twitter conversations and stuff? Is that what you're getting at?
No, like for example, the national anthem and the Black national anthem, right? There was probably zero Black individuals involved in that decision-making process. But who got all the shit? It was conservatives screaming and yelling and saying, and there's a lot of very borderline racist crap that was spewed along with that stuff.
Well, just like BLM, that was a Marxist movement.
Yes. So this is part of, however, there's an interesting story, is that was late in the game. You know, the guy who founded Black Lives Matter was found shot and burned in a car in St. Louis. Like, the real Black Lives Matter.
When?
Darren Seals, look it up. That was and this is part of the things that we don't understand because we don't have connections.
So they basically hijacked the movement.
100%.
Wow.
The guy was whacked.
It's like they're trying to hijack the Catholic Church right now, and it's like, bitch, be gone.
And this is where I'm art of war type shit. Yeah. I'm like, we are in a war, and we need to understand communications, and we need to understand this is where even some of the stuff that you'll see me posting is intentional. It may not be exactly the way I would frame it, but I'm framing it for a specific reason, a specific way. Yeah. Because we are in a warfare. We're in informational warfare, and we are losing. And every time you see hashtag winning, that's a lie. The Marxists started their march through the institutions 100 years ago.
Yep.
The long march through the institutions. We've got to have a long march back. And we've got to suck it up and realize it's not going to be sexy.
You're not going to get your ideal candidate. You're not going to get your way, but you need to stop acting like a dumbass and start working at home and act like a mature adult and get off the freaking soy. You know, I had to say that.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're going to get me going on something completely different there. Because holy crap.
You know where I stand.
Phytoestrogen, stuff, all that stuff, BPA.
But everything that's done medically, food supply wise, educationally, politically, everything revolves around stripping us of our humanity, of making men weaker, making women neurotic. They're just destroying us.
Yeah.
And I mean, we are not healthy. We're not physically healthy. We're not mentally healthy. And now those of us who figured out how to get healthy physically and mentally, they're trying to destroy the institutions we go to. Like for me, you know, my religion, boy, are they going hardcore after us. FBI watch list, LGBTQ community constantly coming after us. And then food wise, they want to take away our ability to buy steak. Like 2 of us are carnivore here. You can't be healthy on veggies and fruit. You just can't. People end up developing chronic diseases, but they want us medicated. They want us to be sick.
In order to win, we need to get smarter than what we are. That's what I fight against, and is that we do dumb things, self-inflicted injuries. So the Black National Anthem was one of those things. Here is the craziest thing in the world. You call that thing a Christian spiritual, the exact opposite people get triggered.
I didn't even hear it. I don't even know what it is, and I'm fine with this, but I just ignore it.
No,
it's like WAP or something.
Is it really?
It's a song about God, faith, and freedom. It's a song that's sung in church.
Oh, fascinating.
It's literally a Christian hymnal about freedom in America. It was literally written in honor of Lincoln. It is literally an ode to President Lincoln, a Republican president. It is a Christian hymnal. And if we just literally, if we would have twisted it and said, thank God they're finally playing some faith and bringing some faith back in the public square. If we
so is anyone saying this? Two people
that?
Like who's the Turning Point guy? I forgot his name. That's how much I think about him.
No, they want to lose. They want to lose. I'm telling you, they win by losing. They're not our friends. They are not.
So conspiracy, do you think he's being paid by the other side to create discourse?
I think he wins through rage bait. And what fuels rage bait more than losing? Because here's the thing, is I watch this, and I apologize if I'm passionate about this stuff, because I've seen it for so many years now. It was like in October, November timeframe, and you started seeing these videos coming out of Chicago. The black elders saying, Republicans, come and talk to us. We need to save our city. We're
never saw
overrun.
that.
What's that?
I never saw those.
Oh,
did you guys see those?
It was all over the place. You're having black elders in Chicago, in different cities saying, Republicans, please talk to us. All right. It wasn't a month later until Charlie Cuck and and then Jack Posobiec, one after the other, all of these people start coming out. They're attacking MLK on MLK Day. They're going the next thing. It was like in sequence, one after another. And they're just fueling this stuff. And I saw it. It's just ramping up and ramping up. And it starts off maybe harmless. And then somebody will say something, and then it'll just gradually go back and forth until the rage is going. And then there's just all kinds of racist shit starts.
It was interesting because Posobiec, I used to follow him. I loved him.
I stopped.
I had to stop following him last year. I couldn't. All of these guys I unfollowed. I was just done. Daily Wire is the only one that I follow, but I don't even really watch their stuff that much anymore either. I'm just kind of checked out with politics because it's gotten to be so ridiculous and crazy. It's not even funny anymore. At least it used to be funny. But
yeah. I mean, I'll give Matt Walsh credit on the what is a woman thing. I think that was the powerful turning point.
Oh, and they turn on Matt Walsh so badly now, and it's like, you know what? Keep going, Matt.
Well, yes, on that issue, but he is very destructive when it comes to the race issue. Very destructive. And this is the thing, is that
And I
part
think
of this,
that's probably destructive for the same reason that I wasn't getting it, because he's seeing it
oh
like
yeah,
I see it.
but it's
He's
constructive.
not a
this
bad
way.
dude.
And this is why I'm saying is we're actually programmed to this thing. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize I was programmed because I was saying these same things that people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this is, and I broke out of it and I realized I'm like, holy crap. Like even just a simple thing, like it was funny. I was on a Spaces the other day. It was on Sunny. It was on one of her Sunny. She has Thunderdome on Monday mornings. I don't try not to miss them. But what's Dana Lash's husband's name? Chris Lash. You know who Dana Lash is? She was the head of the NRA. I think she was the head of the NRA for a while.
Yeah, I don't know who she is.
She was a big, prominent gun advocate. I think she was for the National Rifle Association, I believe. I could be wrong, but she's a huge conservative. But her husband was on, and he was talking because he and Sonny and Dana Lash go way back, and he was like, I understand black, people and things like that. He was like, I was poor. I'm like, why do you have to say I was poor, therefore I understand black people, right? Like it's just this innate thing that we do that because we've been programmed by liberal media.
They assume everyone's poor, just like they assume we're all liberals.
This is the and that was just a harmless, completely harmless thing. But there are literal like words that we've been programmed to say just because we hear them and we repeat them that are just, and I can't think of one right now.
Well, I have an example. So like when we had that document come out in the church about gay blessings,
Okay.
For whatever reason, even all of the Catholic media was saying the Catholic Church is now approving gay blessings. No, we are not approving same-sex union blessings. That was never in the document, but everyone had seen it and like their favorite YouTuber was pushing it. And all of a sudden this other word came out and it was weaponized ambiguity. And I think Michael Knowles used it. And I started seeing it everywhere. And every time someone tried to rebut me by saying weaponized ambiguity, I said, no, I want you to put that in your own words, because right now you're parroting talking points by saying weaponized ambiguity. You have never used that phrase before in your life. I do it right back in his face.
And this is a perfect example about when you hear things like this, because you're somebody I trust in Catholicism now, right? So you're because
I actually do my homework.
No, but I know nothing. I'm not a Catholic, so I know nothing about it. So I see these things. I immediately go to your feed to see what you've said about it, because I trust you. I see you're considerate of what you say and what you do. You don't just post nonsense crap. So you start developing these networks of people that you trust to interpret things that you don't know anything about. Mm-hmm. And that's what I just appreciate you for that. I just want to give you a shout out.
I also get tagged on Twitter by Rumble people when they see something in the church, and it's just, I wonder what Diebear thinks about this.
Yeah.
I'll wake up and I'll be like, okay, give me 4 hours.
It's like being the resident nun of Rumble.
I am the token Catholic. Yes.
I thought you were live. Did you say you were live somewhere else?
YouTube.
Is it just what? I don't see it.
It's on my Bare Truth channel. I'll send the link to you.
That's why.
I was like, Diebear's not live. She's suppressed already.
I know, right? YouTube could suppress me if they cared. Llama, what are your thoughts on all this bullshit?
Dude, I was setting up a dog crate.
We're kind of going into conspiracy theory land about programming people to use specific language, like in these race debates. And
it's not because I'm not saying it's conspiracy theory. I'm just saying that this is what we picked up because liberal media is so.
I don't mean literally conspiracy theory, but like that's what everyone would call it.
Okay.
I mean, so you have to take into consideration that a lot of people look up to these different streamers who are specifically politically oriented. Not just that, but not just streamers, but like all the Daily Wire, like Fox News, CNN, fucking like all the different media outlets. They look up to certain people. So when they see, because obviously they're a lot more versed they assume, anywho, that they're a lot more versed on the specific topic than they are. That's where they're getting their news. So they know more than if I knew more than somebody else, why would I listen to them talk for an hour? Like there's not a fucking point. So when they hear certain trigger phrases or certain words, then they start using them and working them into their vocabulary. Now, there's some of us, I'd say a minority, that listens to a certain phrase and then does research on the phrase and figures out what the fuck the hell it means, the new word means, and then they use it in their vocabulary and they're able to go forward with it. Most people, you're right, it's just spouting the same thing that they heard wherever the hell they heard
do you listen to different newscasters? Because
I listen
you're a
to
smart guy,
Michael
though.
Knowles, Matt Walsh, Crowder, and Ben Shapiro, along with Tucker, because he's just a fucking silly little wild card.
Do you listen to
never
them
know
partly
what
because
fucking
they're
matters now.
amusing, though? I gotta ask, because that's why.
So I listen to Knowles because he's amusing.
I love Knowles. Yeah. Right.
But so the reason, okay, so and I've listened to some Peterson too, but he's not really in the super political stuff. So George, like Peterson and Knowles, they're very like, and almost every time they go live or every time they talk, they bring like God into it. And as you know, I'm pagan, so I like their views on things. On top of Walsh is very, hard-headed, hard charging, right into the fight. He doesn't give a fuck. He says what's on his mind, and that's how he talks. And Ben Shapiro is very thought out, and he has, I can't think of the word off the top of my head. He thinks about everything he's about to say. He's very specific and word driven, which is why he talks so fast. But I like the way that he speaks. And then Crowder is obviously the comedic aspect of everything. He'll run a joke into the fucking ground before he starts streaming on YouTube again. So it's I listen to all of them because they all have different personalities, they all have different takes. I like being able to listen to Ben Shapiro and then listen to Matt Walsh, and both of them butt heads. I like that.
Yeah.
I like being able to listen to that because then I can judge who I think had the stronger argument. And then I go to CNN and they're like, "Oh, there's actually no mass shootings anywhere except white people." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm not listening."
Get rid of guns.
Yeah, you should just throw all the guns away, and then all the criminals will have guns. But don't worry, you won't. And then
For me, I liked the personalities, and I felt like what they were sharing news-wise, definitely put that in quotes because these are all political commentators. I liked what they had to say, and it does sometimes get me to think about things a little bit differently. But if a topic ever came up where I was like, okay, this is something I legitimately do care about, then I would go research it. And I think this is where there's a major disconnect for a lot of people. I also think a lot of people tend to try to care about every topic, and it's like, bro, stop it. You can't care about every topic.
And that's what I was saying is there's a minority of us that actually does research after falling into a certain topic and having stronger feelings for it. And then a majority of people just hear it and they go, "Oh, this is bad because of this reason, because this guy said it." And then that's just they're like, that's it, that tunnel vision. Fuck any other argument that anyone has to say. This is it because this guy said it. And it's like, all right, I've listened to every commentator I just said has been wrong at some point.
Yeah.
And they've acknowledged that they have been wrong. And then they came back and they're like, hey, looking at this from a different angle or hearing this and whatever. And that's what I appreciate about them. And then there's some people who are just dead set in their ways and they're like, no, fuck it. I'm right. Doesn't matter. No other arguments. I'm like, then you can't be reasoned with. You can't have a conversation. So that's my take on it. Do your own research. Stop fucking following blindly.
My brain just emptied. I had something to add to that. I love this. Is a great podcast.
There are 2 words. You should be drinking. I thought we were gonna be drinking here.
I know, right?
Been drinking for hours.
Good old Lent. That's why we're resuming after Easter.
Oh, that makes sense.
I do have my birthday the week after Easter, and I'm debating. I'll have to wait. I do need a break, but I'm debating seeing how I feel.
Birthday streams are always good.
Yeah, I want to do like a party stream, like maybe just do some multi-streaming and then finally do golf with friends because Noob's got me to buy it and then I never played it. I
fucking love golf with friends.
Okay, April 6th. If you guys can put that on your calendars, we'll do a party thing.
Okay, so I prefer Golf It over Golf with Friends. They're so against it, and I think it's because they all already have Golf with Friends, but Golf It's so much nicer because it's the little things. Like, how good can a mini putt golf game be? Right. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so far you can take it before it's like, this is just fucking retarded. And so
Wait, is it really mini golf?
Is it
really mini golf?
Yeah.
Let's go.
So I mean, the courses are fucking wild. That's obviously not just a normal mini golf game, but
that's cool.
What I'm saying is, like, if you say you hit the ball and you're like, I didn't like that, and you reset the ball, it adds another stroke in Golf with Friends, and that's so fucking annoying because you stroke out so fast. And in golf, it's just, you can do it infinite times. You can just keep resetting, and it makes it a lot more fun for streaming wise, because I like to have collision on. So you'll be trying to make it in a hole, and then I'll fucking launch my ball into yours and launch you fucking somewhere else, and then I'll reset and wait for you to do it again.
Dirty.
And then I'll just fucking troll people like that until I miss or they miss and they make it in or whatever. But I run out of fucking strokes, and it's just not like, I can really irritate people because they lose a stroke because they end up in the grass after they hit it. But I'm like, it's, it's the little things.
So you got to aim better then. That way you're not wasting your strokes.
Well, that's it. I can only do it like 10 times because I get
to the
by the time I get to the hole. By the time I get to the hole, it's like 2-3 shots.
So what you're saying is Golf with Friends controls the trolling.
Yes, and I don't like that.
Interesting. All right. I see how it is.
Everybody's so drunk off their ass, though. I don't even know if it matters.
On Golf It, you can.
I will be drunk.
On Golf It, you can hit. It doesn't matter what hole you're on. You can see all the other holes. If you make it into another hole, it's good. It counts. You can't land on the green. You have to hole in one it on another hole. But that's just way more fun to sit there with infinite shots and sit there and try to do the dumbest fucking. Try to like, I'm gonna hole in one this all the way across the map and just spend 10 minutes to try and do it.
My birthday is actually a pirate panel day.
It is a pirate panel day.
Should we do like video games all day and then show up drunk to pirate panel? And I don't know what the hell we talk about.
I'm always drunk. That's my secret.
All right. Back on track.
Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about.
Further comments.
It's on Apple, so I could do it.
So I am interested, though. Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I was going to say, and this is not a counterpoint. This is just something that had kind of come to my mind because of recent experiences. I just finished a job where doing overnight deliveries. I would say all but 4 out of 20 drivers, 23 drivers. We had 4 white guys and the rest were black. And I've been training the new drivers, and 3 out of the 5 that I've trained, crap you not, they all started off like I'm teaching them how to do the sorting on the dock, and then we get in the truck and we start having conversations as we drive. So in other words, after about a half hour to 45 minutes of professional instructional conversation, the first thing 3 of them started talking to me about was they open up saying, I don't know what you believe, but I believe in God. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. And then they transitioned from that immediately into proving or spewing scriptures about how Israel was black. Jesus was
those
black.
Guys.
Oh yeah, but and essentially,
I met one of those guys here.
And but here's the thing: all 3 of them, again, they start off that way, flat Earth, and Israel, and essentially what it boils down to, without saying it, and they ruffled when I said this. I said it's black supremacy. I said if you had a white person saying everything that you're saying, it would be considered white supremacy. And they're like, no, I'm not saying that we're supreme. We're supreme. You just said there's an hierarchy. That Jesus was black. He was only for black people. Salvation is only for black people. White people are rapists and murderers. Literally, you just said that. How can you tell me there's not a supremacy there? There's not an hierarchy or whatever. And again, they kind of ruffled. So, and I didn't really engage in the conversation. But what I thought in the back of my mind was, wherever they're getting this garbage, and again, and what I've trained myself to start saying is a segment, and in this case, I would say a very small segment.
It was probably the Hebrew Israelites. I'm almost positive that it was probably the Black Hebrew Israelites. And
I started
of those folks. Yeah.
I started doing research, and that's exactly what they didn't call themselves that, but I'm sure. But like I said, 3 people. I'm like, in what world do you think the first conversation you want to start having, not anything about, hey, what do you like to do? What are your hobbies or anything? The first thing out of your mouth, as soon as you can start a conversation, is something that is divisive and frankly insulting. It's not like if I'm trying to preach the gospel, I'd say, hey, accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. He's for everybody. These guys are saying you can't accept him. Like, we are better than you. We are the original. We are the OG. I'm just stating facts. And the problem is because, and it's funny because when BLM started, and a lot of this, you know, like I'm woke to the reality. I'm like, no, you're becoming delusional. The other half of that was like, that's when flat Earth, I started hearing about this flat Earth thing and talked about it as if it's serious. And in my mind, I started not equating the two, but I would say believing this kind of thing is, to me, like believing in flat Earth. Like there's an element of delusion that is just set in. The only people I know so far that have been speaking flat Earth, the only people I've personally come in contact with were black. And in my mind, kind of to what you were saying, the point is somebody is feeding this kind of information. This is like ludicrous, and it is designed, I think, to discredit or to make people seem, for lack of a better term, incredibly foolish. Because I'm like, you're probably a very smart person, but you have been, as you know, what I was thinking about is called drinking from a poison well. You've been drinking from that. So when you come at me with flat Earth, everything you say after that, I'm kind of like, not even a grain of salt. I don't have anything small enough to represent what I take your words with, because you already sound like a crazy person. Like, and they were saying, literally, they were like, science doesn't exist. Like, there's no way to, like, God's ways are mysterious. We'll never know God's ways. And all this science stuff, it's just observation. You know, it's just, you can figure it out just through observation.
Wow. So they're fundamentalists as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
But yet they said that all this, our technology, we had that back in the pyramids. Of course, Egypt, you know, black people had it centuries ago in the pyramids. Yes. No, truly. They're like, totally. He looked at me, literally, the guy was like, when I said like cell phone, I literally asked that, like devices and tablets and everything. He went, come on, you don't think down in the Great Pyramid of Giza that there's not stuff that they don't want you to see, that people are whitewashing all this stuff, and they're trying to hide it to make it look like
you're right. Poison well. This is a cult, bro.
Yeah. But like I said,
the easiest way to just discredit everything and just throw the conversation out the fucking window and start a weird random one, you have to get a little uncomfortable with them. You have to be like, how big was Jesus's dick? Like, how big do you think it is?
I literally had this guy tell me, I crap you not, because he talked about like white people invading Africa and raping and pillaging. And I said, well, and I don't know why I chose to nitpick on this point, but I was like, what's to say they just didn't like fall in love and that they actually just naturally produced? He said, come on, man. Like, we all know black people have bigger dicks. And like, you look at Aristotle, the statues, he's got a small one. What black woman is going to choose a little guy, a white guy with a little dick, when she could have a black guy with a big one? I'm like,
dude, my brother's hit on every day by black women at his shop because they like white men better.
Well, no, but I'm like, but you know how insulting that is to black women to insinuate that they choose their mate based on penis size. And again, I know this touches on whatever subject, but I'm like, when you look at
this is funny.
It blew my mind.
Wait, welcome to the pirate panel.
No, honestly though, the thing is, this shows you I'm freaking completely wacky dude. I love people like that. They're entertaining as hell. Like, to me, they're entertaining. I had a good buddy or a good friend. She was really close when I lived back in DC. So there was a woman who, her mother, so she was a black girl. Her mother.
You just assume her gender?
What's that?
You just assume her gender?
Yes, I did. Well, her mother was Gullah Geechee. Do you know what that is? Oh God. So, well, I mean, it's actually a very proud. So in the Barrier Islands in South Carolina, Georgia, down through that area, there's the Gullah Islands, the Barrier Islands. And basically it was a place where a lot of escaped slaves went to live. And they developed their own unique culture. And so, first of all, she was married to a white a nuclear physicist. It was just the funniest thing to go over to a dinner meetings. And I remember going over there and hearing, like, it was just hysterical stuff. She loved me to death. I was her favorite person on the planet Earth. But she would sit there and talk about how proud her heritage was, that nobody touched them and their culture was able, and there was an element to truth. It was like the slavers were terrified to go back there because they would come into some of the villages and behead people just to terrify them and then go back. But that was how they stayed safe, because they scared the shit out of people. But like, she was wacky as hell. She said the most anti-white shit but she loved me to death. I was literally her favorite person on the. So it was like sometimes you just got to let the wacky go out the other door and just enjoy the ride, because it was. I mean, she had like some really because she worked for the Smithsonian. She was like a curator there. She's full on YouTube and all this heritage stuff talking about Gullah Geechee history.
Interesting.
But she was the most entertaining woman. She loved me to death, but the things that she said, holy crap.
I have a rough time with it though, because I love the truth. I really do. I like facts. So when people start doing what happened to Schward, that's when I just want to kindly exit the situation. Yeah, like you felt uncomfortable, and it's like, okay, you're talking about God. That's not the God that I know, not at all.
But they're just wacky people. It's just they're wacky people. You got to realize that they're freaking wacky.
They're brainwashed.
The problem is, Shane, and this is where because I kind of the same thing. I'm like, okay, this is kind of interesting to get this point of view. The problem is with one of the gentlemen in particular, what it boiled down to, we ended up at the very end. I mentioned, he said, come on, and I don't want to out the guy, but he has a very quote unquote white name, and I would agree, it's a very white name. And he said, my mom, named me that so that I would have opportunities that I wouldn't have if people were looking at my resume or whatever, and they knew that it was a black name. I said, well, when did your mom name you? He's like 30 years ago, and I said, well, a lot have changed in 30 years. I said, now you've actually got white people trying to pretend that they're an ethnicity, that they have some kind of ethnicity, because otherwise they're overlooked for scholarships and promotions. Like it's actually beneficial to have, to be a minority or what have you. And he kind of looked at me like I was crazy. Like you can go for it, man. But with affirmative action, everything that's been going on, you actually have a better chance of getting into school or whatever. If you're not a straight white man.
Yep.
And he's like, well, he said, if that's true, then it's just, then he just shrugged. He's like, it's just karma. It's sins of the father. You guys are going to, you have to pay for what your lineage did. And that's where to me,
my lineage had nothing to do with it too. That's another thing that sucks. It's like, bro, again, my family did nothing to your family.
But you can justify
a lot of us weren't even here
by saying stuff like that. Like you can say, if it's just karma, like you can just say, well, okay, suddenly there's white people are being murdered all over the streets because of whatever. And if your attitude is just that's karma, then you can justify any atrocity against any group of people because you believe that they had it coming. And that's where I started taking issue. That's why when this third person started giving me this rhetoric, I'm going, okay, kind of, and to Shane, to your point, like they seem to be cool with me. They seem to just have a disconnect between you're telling me you genuinely believe that you are the OG, you are the true humanity, and I am just part of a line of inferior, murderers and rapists. And yet you seem to be pleasant. You talk to me, you're like, hey man, what's going on? You give me a fist bump. I'm like, there's a disconnect there somewhere, because when you're saying it's okay for you to be treated like crap because you have it coming because of how you treated my people, then I mean, where do you draw the line? How do you divide that in your mind when you hear some horrible things happen to white people or whoever, and you go, well, that's just how it goes. You shouldn't have had my people enslaved, 200 years ago. So but yeah, it's weird. You seem to be very friendly.
They cannot separate reality from the feelings-based part of it.
Through all of this, we still have Weiwu. If you don't know who Weiwu on Twitter is,
what's that?
You're fucking. She is a Chinese woman in her 20s on Twitter. I don't know if it's a troll account or if she's real. The Hodge twins love her. They gave her the nigga pass. So dude, if you don't, I will fucking, I'll drop her.
I think I know who you're talking about. I think she made
the gotta be a parody account. There's no way.
Yo, native.
It's so.
No, I think she's real. I looked her up on YouTube. Like she testified in front of Congress or something. I'm pretty sure that's her that you're talking about.
Wait, what now?
Dude, Weiwu she needs to be protected at all costs. And the Lakers.
I think I know who you're talking about.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hodge twins. Her literal cover photo on fucking Twitter is "We gave Weiwu the nigga pass."
Does that mean that she is licensed to use that word without repercussion?
Oh yeah, she uses it all the time. It's great.
Oh,
like this one. It was 2 hours ago. I'll be like my two nice nigga brother Hodge twins. Then we'll all be nigga. We all eat fried chicken, watermelon, and purple water every day. Two nice nigga brother be role model for all West. That was her.
That's not the person I thought it was. There was a woman like in LA that I forget what her name is. She testified in front of Congress, and she's Asian and she writes a lot of different things.
I was gonna say I don't picture her.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't remember her being in Congress.
Yeah,
No.
I'm glad they're two different people. Although in this crazy world we're in, I would not be surprised somebody like that actually getting in front of Congress and saying that's gospel. That's
Yeah.
Well, yeah, look what Biden's putting in the administration, like that dude that dressed like a woman
sure.
and stole luggage and shit.
Yeah.
So the big part of the thing right now for me is, do we want to win, or like, and what is winning, right? And winning over being right, this is what I kind of struggle with a lot, is because there's things that I see that are technically right, but they're completely unnecessary to be said because you're going to lose because of it, right? It's like, there's dumb shit you see, like when when your enemy is making a mistake, just
Don't interrupt.
sit back and wait. Like, there needs to be more Sun Tzu in our politicking, because we are losing, and less. Okay, yeah, there's like, here's a perfect example. Anybody ever see the Ebony Alert? Did you see anything posted about the Ebony Alert?
Oh, that thing in California,
Yeah, the thing in California.
Around.
Do you know who
It's
was more
ridiculous.
upset about it than white conservatives were?
The black
Black
people.
folks.
Sorry, the Ebonies.
What were we upset about?
Ebony Alert.
So, do you see the Ebony Alerts?
Uh-uh.
Oh, really?
So it was. So here's the backstory behind it: is that effectively there's a feeling that nobody gives a shit if a young black person goes missing, right? So California stepped in and did the Ebony Alert.
Okay.
Right? So
Which is just the Amber Alert, but for black people.
yes. So, and this is the case.
I mean, I don't care about the Amber Alerts. I'm sorry, but I don't pay attention to them.
But this is the case of, don't interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. You know what I saw on Black Twitter about the Ebony Alert? They were all kinds of pissed off because nobody got alerts. They completely effed up the system. If conservatives would have just shut the hell up about and not cried racism for 2 days about this, insulting, and making fun of the woman, the young girl, the 14-year-old that was actually arrested, or not arrested, but kidnapped. So rather than just, making fun of the 14-year-old girl that was taken, yelling racist, yelling segregation nonstop, conservatives could have just shut the hell up because Black Twitter was pissed off because nobody got alerts. It didn't function the same way the Amber Alert did. And they could have just shut the hell up and Black America would have torn California a new asshole, right? But instead, we stepped in and acted like asses. Oh, this is racism. This is segregation. That type of stuff, right? Why interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake? And we became the issue. We became the news, not the California.
And the left
Democrats.
knew that. That's why they put it. That's why they implemented it half-assedly, because they knew.
They do this shit all the time, and they bait us. They bait us into showing our ass.
I don't even pay attention to this crap anymore. It's so much, and I cannot spend my whole life being pissed off about stupid crap.
But there are a million follower accounts that are making their whole, conservative accounts that are making their whole grift off of this shit nonstop.
Okay, wow, her bio is awesome.
I know, I love her. I love Wayloo.
I've never seen her before in my life.
Wayloo's life.
My name's Wei, Chinese international student, like learning West culture, hate pervert in Detroit, mechanical engineer, accounting minor. God, wow. It's
I dropped one of her good. She just tweeted the other day. It's pretty solid. That's the next one down.
She's got to be.
I do wonder if the Hodge twins runs that account.
Yeah, I mean it definitely sounds. Whoever's doing it, it's not a genuine. Like, that's not actually how whoever.
She's verified. Excuse me. She's verified.
She's verified.
I mean, I'm verified as Die Bear.
I'm verified as ramen noises, but Waywoo's a god. So the link in the chat that I sent on the second one, that one's solid. That one's a good one. It's a good one to read. It's just for all the men out there that want girlfriends, or wives. Waywoo has some inspirational some steps that you can take.
Hello, friends. I see many posts from man cannot find girlfriend. I'm girl. This is so fake.
Yeah.
I give advice. You want girlfriend? Follow advice. 1, do not be gay. 2, do not act gay. 3, diligent study. 4, be honor. 5, be strong. 6, be man. Do not be boy. 7, do not be pervert. 8, do not date slut. That's actually sound advice.
That's what I told you.
You
Yeah.
follow advice, you now husband and father. Congratulations.
Way woo, man. The
I like
comment
this
for her,
guy's comment. He says unfair of you to effectively eliminate all liberal men from the dating pool, but you're right. Liberal men is like communist businessman do not exist. Oh, wow. Wow.
I love it. It's so good. It's
You
all,
got
all I
7
mean,
of the 8 native? Yowza.
her
Are you
status is,
single?
if you don't follow this account, guys, follow this account. It's just, if you want a random good thing on your Twitter feed, that's what it is. That's what you got to follow. I just want you to look
read
up
her in
Tom
like
McDonald
Chinese
summing up.
voice.
I love Tom McDonald.
His
Did you guys
his
see-
comment's good.
When I was a
Did you guys
potato,
see,
I was
Upchurch?
younger than the bird flying and a calculator. Come on, man.
That's his sum up of the 16-minute.
Did you guys see Upchurch's disses for Tom McDonald?
The what?
Upchurch, Ryan Upchurch.
No.
You know who Ryan Upchurch is?
Nope.
Oh, he's hysterical. He's kind of well, he's a comedian. Country. He's got like platinum songs. In,
Does he
like,
do
country.
collabs with Tom?
What's that?
Does he do collabs with Tom?
Well, Tom was on one of his songs like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, as like a before Tom was somebody. At Ryan Upchurch, do you know Adam Calhoun?
Yes, but only
Right.
because of Tom.
Well, Adam Calhoun got his start because of Ryan Upchurch.
Interesting.
What's the name of that guy who sang Fast Car, the country singer?
Oh, wait.
I don't listen to.
He sang at some awards with what's her name? Oh God,
Luke
don't get old,
Combs?
guys. What's that?
Luke Combs?
Yes,
Okay. I'm using
Nice.
YouTube Smart Search, so
he got his part with Ryan Upchurch.
interesting.
Yeah, so Ryan Upchurch, he's got platinum songs, he's got all kinds of stuff, but he just basically he's got a song, rap, rock, and country songs. They're all number ones, and but he just put out a couple diss songs to Tom.
So is he also an independent artist?
Yeah. he's
I
an
love how
actor.
the independents are crushing it because like the corporate music industry sucks.
Made with the thing. That's so good. I didn't see that before.
Oh, good old Biden. That's right.
I'm
Wonder
Joe
who we
Manchin,
sniffed this
and I
week.
approve this Biden.
Biden killed all interest in politics for me.
Yeah.
That was like the straw that broke my back.
I
I love
I'm
that
mad.
Putin said, "I hope Biden's president," and I think that an endorsement from Putin is good for him. That'll help his career advance his efforts to become president again.
Yep.
Putin,
People will
Putin.
absolutely love that.
Yeah, I love it. It's good. The president of Mexico also said that they endorsed Biden.
Really?
Yeah, because he's just a puppet for the cartel.
I wonder how much they're being paid.
They're not getting paid anything.
They're
It's-
getting paid with open borders.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he's a puppet for the cartels, and the cartels are making buku buckaroonies. They want open borders.
This is another
Papa.
thing. This is another thing. The alliance. Do you know who's pissed off about all the illegal immigrants coming in?
Oh,
Who's-
black people.
Just the Americans.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
100%.
absolutely.
This
That
was-
people are actually aware of.
And,
I don't
and
know
this
why.
is why right now
Bad.
I think all this stuff is completely astroturfed. These people, like the Kirks, the TPUSA, I think the word went out. They don't want a landslide. So they will do everything under the sun, because if they did not come out, and it wouldn't have been the last 2 months of just race garbo on the interwebs, there would be a landslide. Because I can tell you, I listen in on a lot of, I just sit and listen on a lot of places and a lot of spaces. I think Black Twitter is one of the funnest places in the world. I'm completely out of place. I love being out of place, out of my element with people. Like, you know, I'm an oddball, as you would probably tell.
I like smart people.
And I love being around different people. That's where, you know, I would have been completely intrigued listening to those people. I would have been too consumed with what the hell is wrong with you, trying to figure them out. So, like, even register these guys, you know, what's going on here. But this is the thing that is happening right now. They are pulling out all the stops to try to stop an alliance, a conservative alliance, from happening with Black America. Because 2020 would not have happened. And this is the thing that most people, we are brainwashed to think that we keep retreating to different red states, you know, going different places and retreating and saying, don't live here and things like that. And when the best way for us to win is to show up in enemy territory, because progressives are fighting on our territory.
Yep.
We're not going in. Like, one of the guys I know, so he was shouted out by the Hodge twins, Dexter Carter, right? He is a Black man in New York City. He is a software engineer. He's a guy who puts together ham radio. I mean, he's like a radio operator. He's a
sounds like he belongs here.
What's that?
The city sounds like he belongs here.
Well, so he was just shouted out by the Hodge twins. He's facing 16 years. The same person that's prosecuting Trump in New York City. He's a gun hobbyist. He was putting together gun parts. He's a geeky dude. He's like a software engineer putting together parts. The FBI, the ATF, and the New York City cops barged in with lasers into his. He's got a stream going on right now on the spaces that I would have been on if it wouldn't be for this. But Hodge twins just shouted him out today. He's a buddy of mine up in New York City, and he's getting all the press in the world, but he's facing 16 or 18 years.
That is bullshit.
For gun parts, because they found his name on a damn list somewhere, and he's going off. I mean, I saw him, you know, there are people within these communities that want us to come in and fight, right? Mm-hmm. We need to get beyond, like, I will tell you, we're going to have to toughen up and get beyond hearing the goofy shit that
but
you hear.
How do you go into those communities and fight when most of the conservative base, I mean, people think Republicans are rich. They're not. What the hell are people supposed to do? Yeah,
well, so I've literally I started in April to try and figure that out in April 22 when I joined Twitter. Because, you know, I've been fighting a lot of battles, but, you know, I'm on extra innings now in terms of a lot of different things. And now that my daughters are grown and raised, you know, I want to save this freaking country. That's my mission.
Yeah.
And I want to take it back to these lost places.
I want to actually pay off my student loans and retire. That's what I'd like to do. And right now, that's not the case.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
Well, and the issue is we got to take the fight back to these places because they're right. 2020, the mail-in ballot stuff, the closing off thing,
all bullshit.
All we need is a small segment, a small footprint within these places, and none of this shit would have happened. None of it. The mail-in vote fraud, none of it. It's just that they've got 99%. Nobody's involved. And what people don't realize, they repeat this phrase that 90% of Black America votes for Democrats. That's actually not true. That's propaganda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Over 50% of Black America doesn't vote because they're conservative and they can't even enter a Republican space without racist shit being thrown around. And I use racist loosely, insulting stuff. like 2 words that I would ban from people using it. Not, I'm a free speech person, but if I said, y'all want to win, stop using these 2 words. Stop using pander and stop using Democrat plantation. Stop using those 2 terms.
Who the? Okay, I don't know anyone who says that stuff.
I see
This
it
has
all
got
the
to be
time.
original. It's
I
got to
see
be
it all the time on Twitter. All the time. We're not going to pander to you. I see it all the time. Why
Interesting.
should Republicans pander to somebody? I'm like, you don't walk into a Greek community and expect to win Greek votes and insult Greek food. You don't
So they think that if they go to the voting booth, someone's gonna tell them they're being pandered to.
No, what I'm saying is when people talk about Republican outreach in these communities,
Mm-hmm.
you get these major influencers, you get people saying, we don't need to pander. We're conservatives. We don't need to pander for votes, right? This is what
influencers should not be doing that. That's bullshit. They should be
and you see it over and over when people are saying we should be going into these communities and we're like, we don't pander for votes. I'm like, if you go into a Polish community, you hold up some Polish food and you say, I love this, right? It's not, is that pandering?
How is
right?
that pandering for
Polish
votes?
baby, right? What's
That's
that?
what every successful election committee does, is they get people out into communities.
Yes.
That's
And
why the Democrats
understand
win.
the community. And this is the issue, is that you call it pandering. It's just like, okay, I'm going to understand my community. I'm going to speak to their issues, because conservatives could pander by saying, Second Amendment are most infringed in these blue areas. Second Amendment, you want to talk about systemic racism? It's the Second Amendment, because in black areas, the Second Amendment is restricted more than red areas, which is typically white.
That's one thing I loved about our former police chief, who they managed to get him off the ballot for the last election, because I think he probably would have kicked Whitmer's ass. But when he was the chief of police down there, not only did I actually start seeing real cops in Detroit, because I never saw cops, he did aggressive hiring, and he also strongly encouraged the citizens of Detroit to have guns, because he was just very honest with them.
Yes.
We don't have enough police to be at your place right away, so you need to be able to protect yourselves. And wow, the left hated that. But yeah, he's a great guy. And there's actually, I should find this interview and send it to you, but it was on local TV in Detroit, and they interviewed him about his strategy. And he was in LA during the Rodney King stuff. Yeah. And all of the stuff that was going on in LA, the morale, everything that was happening to police, was the stuff that we're seeing in Minnesota with those police. I mean, they were just crapping on the police. They had no support from the mayor. And then Detroit, everyone tries to, I love Marcus. I love Marcus for like putting the truth out there whenever someone says this about Detroit. Like, oh, here's a picture of Detroit. And he's like, that was Detroit 20 years ago. Here's Detroit now. And while everyone else was burning down their cities, Detroit was still growing and expanding and cleaning up and prospering. Detroit is a beautiful city. And we have police, and we take care of them, and they're able to better take care of the communities. And yeah, there's still a lot of work to do, because there's like, 40, 50 years of destruction because of the cronyism that was in the government in Detroit since the riots, in the late 60s. I mean, that city was destroyed. And so then they finally hired, I hate to say it, dude, but they hired their first white mayor, not because he was white, but because he actually talked about what he was going to do. And then he had a guy come up against him in the next election, and that guy tried to turn it all back onto race stuff again. The same old things that they heard for decades before. And the people of Detroit, thank God, said, no, we're tired of our city being crapped on. But yeah, one of the only major cities that actually was prospering during all the riots and stuff.
Yeah. And there are a few things that we need to figure out a way to circumvent and work in our brain that trigger us to say things. And I say that specifically triggering, because it's the same thing that I see it like DEI. We need to figure out a way to process that, because immediately our brain goes to black people, when it's not even remotely about
Don't,
black.
wait, okay, board of pirates here.
Yeah.
What does your brain go to when you hear DEI?
I mean,
Run
it's
away.
Black people.
Run away.
Really?
Bad company.
no.
Bad quality.
Yeah, in that context, yeah, shitty company. Don't get.
I don't think black people.
No.
A lot of people do though.
I think
A lot of people do.
Marxists. I do. I think people trying to destroy but yeah, because it's an ideology. If you look at what DEI really is, it's not affirmative action. They're
Well,
trying to mentally and emotionally castrate you. That's what they're trying to do.
So do you know what? That basically, I make jokes about this because I say my daughters are off white. Like I make a big joke about this thing because I'm married to a Peruvian. I want to ask you about where you got the llama noise. Well, I say Llama noises as your name, but my wife is Peruvian, and so by virtue of that, my daughters get special treatment. They look whiter than me, and yet they're like my one daughter got a massive Hispanic women in STEM because of her cybersecurity stuff here, like just celebration, all this stuff.
Thanks, Birdie.
Ernie, thank you for the $10, dude. Good to see you.
Die.
Happy Saturday.
Where is there a place to see these things, the chat and stuff that's going on?
Oh yeah, it's the I never
feel
sent
like
you
I'm
the
missing the
stream
whole
link. I'm
experience here.
terrible, dude. I'll
What's
put it in
that?
the private chat here. I don't think I sent the stream link out today.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just a complete.
There you
boomer when it
go.
comes to this stuff.
It's in the private chat.
Let me see if I can pull it up here. Is that? I feel like I'm missing the experience seeing this stuff. I'll probably get self-conscious.
So, in short, do you think your daughters are getting preference because they look white, or what?
No,
were
all
you trying to
I'm
say?
saying is I'm a rich dude with rich, privileged girls, and they're getting special treatment over black people.
Where
Is
are
all
they?
I'm saying is that DEI is so completely effed up. Yes, 100%. They were, they got scholarships, they got preferential treatment, they get trotted out. My daughter was, it happens to women too. Like,
Where are they though? Where are
wife-
they located? Because I think there's something very important here. This is not a nationwide thing.
We're in Huntsville, Alabama.
Okay. All right. So like up here, and I work for a Fortune 400 company that's international, and we're freaking diverse as hell. And whenever I do check out my competition, whenever I try to go for a promotion, everyone is perfectly capable here. Like seriously, very talented people. I don't care what color you are, what gender, because you have to actually know how to work at my company. I think he froze.
No, he's just thinking about what you said. He's thinking really hard. Huh. It's a different place in the country.
But
He opened the
it
chat and
seems like
died.
it seems like a lot of the preferential stuff or the more racist stuff, it's not even everywhere, is my point.
Mhm.
And it seems like some areas do have more of a problem than others. And I think people really need to start thinking about that.
Yeah, I feel like maybe it's not like everywhere in maybe a state sense, but I just know on my end, it's everywhere in the tech industry because that's where I work. And, I've actively looked for clients and jobs and all that. And I've come across so many job listings that literally say, we basically, without saying it because of legal reasons, they're basically saying, we don't want the white people to apply. We want you if you're gay or black or whatever. And then they'll have this big disclaimer at the bottom about their DEI statements and, compliance. It's like the tech world is like flooded with that. Now, I don't know if it's because of because all the green carding and stuff that they do, they're trying to look more like balanced and edgy, but I don't know. I see it all the time in that sense. Like, so it might be the industry.
So it's not
Oh my
in favor
God.
of white people.
Hold on. There's
No.
a Trump rally in Michigan, and Wei Wu is a speaker at it.
Wait, really?
Yep, it's on.
What?
It's live on X right now.
What?
Can you send me the link?
Is this an AI video?
Seriously, we're being hoodwinked. Gird
Yeah, just 'cause I
yourselves.
can listen. Can't watch it.
And no, it's not a watch; it's a listen.
I call BS.
Recon Tech was watching it earlier. The Trump rally.
It's so there's a host and a co-host, and then Weiwu's one of the 4, 5, 6, 7 speakers.
Start listening.
Who's talking right now?
I don't know. You'd be able to see. Does she have it in the? Is she opening it or what?
She's looking.
Your friend died.
Oh, wait,
What do you
talking.
mean? How do you think?
She's a petite woman.
I don't think so.
I can't
I
turn it
think
up, otherwise you guys will
very
be like
fat.
really freaking loud.
Tiffany, is this a joke? Are you friends with Weiwu?
Yeah, we're very good friends. She
Yeah, we're
she
friends.
follow me. I follow her. We are.
What is this, a
good
joke?
friend.
It sounds like it. I feel like we're getting trolled.
We're
Yeah.
friends.
It sounds like a.
You're lucky I'm forgiving, Weiwu.
The K brothers are big mad about the Trump sneakers.
Going back to the sneakers, when I first saw them, I was like, Mr. T.
The
is
weirdest
doing something
conversation
right.
they're
And
having.
I was like, oh no, these are Trump sneakers. Like, because I thought it was Mr. T sneakers.
Strict limit of 3 pairs per customer.
Jason Calcanus is having a meltdown as well over them.
We live in a really
Classy
strange
Stan
world,
brothers
guys.
are melting down.
I'm not a
over
fan.
them.
Not a fan
Of the sneakers?
of the world.
Oh yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
No, not cool.
No.
All right, you guys want to bitch about Rumble?
I know Llama.
I've been waiting for this, so I've been falling asleep for like this half. I don't give a fuck about politics on weekends. So I'm you want to what do you want to start about Rumble? What do you want to start about it? I have there's so many different things. So let's
Start.
pick what's the topic that you guys have been seeing the most, and I'll go on that.
Honestly, I've
I'd say
not
right
been
now it's
watching.
It's the
The
select
partner program.
Yeah.
So out of the
111 people, right? And
so
the one guy
yeah,
didn't
so they
qualify.
have
Got it.
they 100 spots, and then about a couple days into people applying, they opened it up to people on YouTube and Twitch if they had over 1,000 followers on each, or on one of the two. So that kind of made a whole bunch of Rumble like small creators salty. And then when the list came out, turns out that they had 111 people instead of just 100, and I think I counted 9. I don't know how many what up Ian counted. I counted 9 people who didn't qualify, period, on YouTube, Twitch, and or on fucking Rumble.
That doesn't make sense because people didn't get in the program.
I'm
Who
aware.
did qualify?
This is the problem. This is why we're upset. Because there was somebody with over 5,000 followers on Rumble. So why the fuck were they even selected? I've never even heard of the person. And then there were a whole bunch of people that were under 100 followers that didn't have a Twitch or YouTube. They you fucking that one JT bitch or something. Adam and Shred Freak's pocket pussy. He posted on Twitter that he didn't fucking make it. He's like, I just applied. I didn't even fucking meet the requirements, and still Rumble picked him, and they won't answer for it. They haven't responded to my emails about that specific thing. They haven't responded on Twitter about that specific thing. It's like, that's fine, Purdy, but the problem is
They
that
set standards.
they set a limit of 100 to 5,000.
Yeah.
That's the limit they set, and then they broke the limit in both directions. So what the fuck was the point of setting the limit? Now, there's a lot of streamers that didn't have 100 followers or had more than 5,000 followers that would have applied that I think could have filled some of these shoes instead of some of these other people. But they didn't apply because they were like, oh,
No, people didn't get into the program, Purdy.
Yeah, Purdy. It's not lack of applications. That's what I thought. I was like, oh, maybe
I withdrew my application the Tuesday morning just before that.
Yeah.
And I part of me was like, should I keep the application in to see if they do let me in? But I'm not going to stream, so I would turn them down, and that would be unethical. And then I decided to withdraw. But I do kind of wonder, like, would they have let me in, or would,
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they would let you in this time.
That's really being under a lot of people's skin. Just the fact that there was there were people that met criteria that got passed over for people who didn't meet criteria. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that the people who didn't meet the criteria are bad streamers. That's not what I'm saying at all.
But the people, there were people
what I'm
like
saying
me who
is-
didn't get in.
What I'm saying is if you set specific guidelines, if you say you need to meet this criteria
Mhm.
and then ignore the criteria, you're gonna face backlash. And they aren't taking responsibility for it.
I wonder if like I know that some people that got in round 1 didn't get selected for round 2. And I wonder if maybe like when they were capturing everybody to do this, if they realized it didn't make sense to not accept those of us that were in round 1 into round 2 again. And then when they did that, it suddenly turned into like, oh shit, maybe we need to go a little over because otherwise it's just gonna be we're just gonna have a bunch of round 1ers and we want some new
No.
blood in there. So maybe they miscalculated.
So there's a lot of people. I know there's at least a handful that were in round 1 that didn't make round 2. And for the first Rumble, if for anyone who doesn't know, for the first Rumble partner program for small creators, there were 50 slots. 50 small creators got picked. It was like between 50 and 1,000 or 50 and 2,000 followers, somewhere in there. If you applied, they picked 50 people. All right. And then for round 2, they bumped it up to 100. And there were people bitching that the round 1 people who made it shouldn't have gotten round 2. So here's how I
Fuck them. I thought I should have made it.
Here's my suggestion that I'm gonna, or my opinion on that is go fuck yourself. So they had 50 slots and then they added an additional 50. So why it would be the same if they went, here's 50 slots. Okay, round 1 people, we're not gonna pick you. Here's another 50 slots. But instead they expanded it to 100 and then chose out of the people who decided to reapply as well as an additional 50. So fuck you. Just because you didn't make it, don't be salty. Now, for speaking on that, if you didn't make it and your decision is I'm going to quit Rumble because they didn't pick me, go fucking stop streaming forever on every platform and curl up in a fetal position and just don't eat for the rest of your life, because you need to reevaluate yourself. If you started streaming with no followers, no fan base, period, jumped into streaming and you're like, this is going to be my new job. I'm going to make all money. I'm going to be the next PewDiePie Mr. Beast. And this is going to be how I live my life. You're dumb. You're fucking stupid. Don't just quit, because it's not going to happen. It's not that easy. All right. There's people like Di. Look, is she super famous? No. How long have you been doing this, Di? 7 years?
5 years.
5 years?
She is super famous.
She's super famous between the 4 of us.
She is super famous.
I was doing well till people started slandering me on Rumble. Then, you know.
Yeah. That's all. Another topic for when we get back in April. But
nah. I'm probably not gonna stream on Rumble that much. Honestly, I'm probably going back to video content.
And that's fine. But the thing is people, if that was your mindset of I'm gonna get into streaming because of the money, that's stupid. You know why I started streaming? Because I fucking play video games every day.
Mm-hmm.
I just do. It's my stress reliever when I come home from work. I come from work, I spend time with the family, I cook dinner, my wife cooks dinner, we sit down and eat, my kid goes to bed, I start streaming. All right, I would start playing video games, sometimes with my wife, sometimes with my friends. I was like, fuck it, why don't I turn on a camera? It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my mindset, and it's still my fucking mindset. And I love it. And I've made a lot of friends on streaming. I'm not doing it to quit my fucking job. I make buku buckaroonies at my fucking job.
I can't quit my job. It's too stable and awesome.
That's what I mean. Streaming is not stable. Streaming is not stable at all. Even for the people making thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars a month, it's not stable. They might wake up one day and all of a sudden, boom, demonetized.
I just wanted a fair freaking chance instead of being favored against. Because if they want us here on Rumble, then the one thing they need to focus on, and this has been beat to death, is somehow having everyone be seen. And it still is a fact that you're only going to grow if you're getting featured.
Yes, and they need to work on that. There needs to be some kind of algorithm. There needs to be some kind of settings. There needs to be some kind of switching. It's at random. Like I said, they're small. They were a small company. They jumped into the gaming scene, and we blew up the platform with a whole bunch of creators, like out the fucking ass. So they're probably
a lot of whom are gone now.
True.
Honestly,
well, I don't want to say a lot. There's a lot.
Oh
of
no,
people
I was
streaming.
looking through the Discord a couple months ago, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that guy, and I remember
Oh no,
that
no,
guy.
yeah. If you look, the Discord's dead. That doesn't
So
make sense.
many people have left Rumble, like they're not streaming on it. They're probably not streaming anyway because a lot of people don't stream for that long. But like when I come back in April, I'm actually looking into reviving my YouTube channel for my Die Bear channel with Destiny content. And I hate that I'm stuck in Destiny content, but like I actually know how to get monetized on YouTube. I know how to get my videos seen. I know how to grow the channel. I just need to put the time into it. And there is no magic formula for Rumble. And they don't want to tell us anything. Mario used to be very like secretive about different things. And it's like, dude, there's no harm in letting people know how SEO works, for example. Although I don't think that's really a thing right now for Rumble, but
No.
Not at all.
But so what Purdy said, as an investor in Rumble, you want to succeed without spending money on getting people to make content. Okay, so the $500 is an incentive structure. It works twofold. One, they're trying to build up the small creators and see who's going to be consistent, because they're essentially dipping their toe in the water to see whom is going to dedicate their time, who's willing to dedicate their time to the platform, and then they're monitoring those people. And they're making sure that the quality's good, whether they're going to boost them again. It's biased. It's going to be for a little bit. That's how it's going to work. 2, the $500 payout is an incentive. Yes. What are you giving them? You're giving them exclusive 2-hour content on their platform for 5 days a week, along with at least 5 times a week, you're posting on social media to your following on social media to go to Rumble, to try to convince them to switch to Rumble, look to Rumble. Fucking that's where you're going to be streaming to draw more people in. So it's publicity and it's dedication, and you get $500 if you meet the criteria. Now, the problem I have with the whole partnership program is they don't fucking listen to their own rules.
Yep.
And I know last partnership program, there's a whole bunch of people. I have at least a handful off the top of my head. And I'm not going to name names because you already know who you are. If you're watching this stream, you're probably not because you hate me. Is that they didn't meet the criteria for streaming and they still got the $500 because they're whiny little pussy pansy.
Yep.
Bitches.
Yep.
And on
Heard
top
about
of that, now right off the gate, they're like, okay, you guys better be monitoring this, because Di brought up a good point. She said, hey, does the 2 hours have to be strictly Rumble, or could I stream multi-stream and then the last 2 hours be on Rumble? Be like, hey, everyone go to Rumble 2 hours and then switch, and then the last 2 hours Rumble. And they're like, yeah, you can do that. How the fuck are they going to monitor that? They're going to have to physically go through every goddamn stream and make sure you are. How are they know you're not multi-streaming? You could multi-stream and only have up Rumble chat, and they'd never fucking know.
Do you think they're not monitoring though?
You would have to go into the code to find out. And how would you? And I don't even think you can do that. I don't know, but they're not very transparent. They're like, oh, we'll just know. And I'm like, okay, maybe magic sorcerers, but I doubt it. People are going to fucking take advantage of you anyway.
Yeah.
On top of, they just straight broke the rules. They're like 100 slots, boom, 111. Most, like 9 of those people or more didn't even fucking meet requirements. So
yeah, that
like,
blows my mind.
Why, like, why should we have any faith that a whole bunch of people aren't going to meet requirements and then just be like, well, give me money, and then you're just going to give it to them to try to boost, so they boost your own ego. And
so
I take very seriously,
because I know Purdy is very passionate about. So look, this is a marketing program. First of all, this partnership thing, it's not a permanent thing. They're testing stuff. Whether or not they're good at that testing, I think that's highly debatable based on what we've seen in the last year with Rumble. So we'll see if they're any good at that testing. But they're trying to see. I'm assuming they're trying to see what the best way is to drive traffic to Rumble, what they can do to visually help people get to Rumble from places like Twitter, and whether they can get people from other platforms. But the exclusivity is kind of there to control the environment a little bit better. And are these people going to draw people into the platform? So there's a few different things they could be testing for. But don't think that this is just a fun partnership program to build people up. Rumble is testing something.
And I agree, and that's why What Up Ian brought up the fact of there needs to be a stronger, like, tiered system instead of like a Rumble. We're gonna pick 100 people and call it a day, and that's who we fucking pick. Now, and lurkers have no incentive, but it's listen. Do I like Rumble? Yeah, I haven't gotten kicked off it yet, and I say a whole bunch of fucked up shit all the time. I've gotten banned / demonetized on YouTube and Twitch multiple times. And Rumble, I still have 0 strikes on my channel, and I'm proud of that. I've also been the same gender since birth, so fuck you. Anyhow, I know it's wild nowadays.
Controversy.
But it's the fact of the matter is, I constructively criticize Rumble constantly. I'm on Twitter calling them out on bullshit. I'm in my streams calling them out on bullshit. Fucking staff from Rumble comes in my streams. I still call them out on bullshit, but I give them fixes to the problem. I'm not just like, hey, this sucks because it does. I'm like, hey, this sucks. Here's a way to fix it. Or here's a suggestion.
But I did that too. I used to give them a lot of ideas, and I did not get any support from them. Chris is the only one who gave me anything at the beginning. So the question is, what are they actually looking for when they choose to support a streamer like they're supporting you?
I think it's because I have a lot of fur.
I was about to say it's the bear pelt.
It's the bear pelt.
Get you a bear pelt.
We don't know. We don't know who's making the decision or what. And I don't think there is a criteria. I think it's feelings. I really do.
I would agree and then disagree because there's no fucking way to tell. They won't release it. I've asked them to. I've sent emails about it. I've tweeted directly
That's
at
why
Chris.
I think it's feelings. Yeah.
Because
they're not transparent for a reason.
The criteria. I want to know how they decide who's in and who's
If they
not.
had criteria, they wouldn't be hiding it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. I don't think they do. I think in their heads, they're like, I think somebody goes to them who's above them, and it's not Rick. So fuck everyone who's yelling at Rick. He has nothing to do with the small creator program.
He said he's not even in charge of it.
No, he doesn't even have anything to do with it. So I think somebody goes up to these editor pickers and they go, pick a good stream. And then each of those editors have what they vision a good stream is.
They have a favorite
and then
person.
They fucking pick people. And so depending on who's in the office at that point in time, that's what category, genre, nonsense is getting picked. Like, it's just,
well, and it's not that many people doing it, dude. Last I knew, last year, they only had 30 people working for Rumble. And I know it's grown. I would expect them to have more employees.
It's like 3 to 5 editors, I think. It's the last information I got on it.
And they probably all have their favorite person, which is what it seems like, for whatever reason.
It does indeed. I don't just like Rumble because I can say fag. I like Rumble because they allow you to post facts and data about history, global economics, politics. Yes, it is true. You can do.
That's not even up for debate. Like, we all know there's value in Rumble, like when it comes to free speech. Okay, great, but we're not talking about that.
But okay, so, and that's the problem. It's like, do I think Rumble has the potential to be a fucking amazing platform and a contender for Twitch and YouTube? Yes, I do. Does it need work? So much of it. And just because Rumble is fighting for the right reasons, right? Or at least that's what they claim to be, right? Free speech, that kind of stuff. Just because they do that doesn't mean you need to bend over backwards and then suck their cock as hard as you can.
Agreed.
To try to get noticed and publicized on the platform. It doesn't need to happen. You can act. I'm living proof. Look, do I have 5,000 billion subscribers? No. I'm almost at 500, which is kind of cool for me.
Volunteers, pretty. They don't.
But guess what? I don't do. Sit there and fucking gobble dick all day, and try to make bestest of friends. I call them out constantly on all their bullshit. So you can be, as long as it's constructive criticism, you're not gonna find yourself demoralized. But guess what? Yeah, here's the hard truth. Everyone's biased on their own fucking platform. So guess what? If you're going and attacking them every single day, staff, the platform, just being like, this is a fucking waste of fucking time. No one do this. Why would they promote you? Why would a company promote somebody who hates the company? It doesn't make sense. But that doesn't mean you have to suck their cock. So everyone who's doing that, fuck off. And everyone who's bitching, also fuck off. You guys can go make out and make a weird baby. That's the people in the middle who are going to get promoted.
Baby. I could vouch for everything you said. I mean, I'm pretty much a baby llama when it comes to that. Like everything, I'm always on Rumble's ass about something. And I've talked to Chris directly. I've talked to Rick. But I was surprised I even got selected for a second time this current round. And they just featured me on Valentine's Day, I think it was. I thought for sure like I was blacklisted on all this stuff because of the way I have spoken out or made comments or passive aggressiveness here and there in my posts, but
that's
no,
what
here I
drives me
am.
up a wall too. Is because of the current platforms that are larger, i.e., Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, Meta, all that kind of nonsense. Is people assume blacklisting is just going to be a thing forever, and it's not. It's not. There's no secret conspiracy theory like that I'm aware of. That I've seen a lot of people talk incredibly contradictory to what Rumble believes in and about Rumble on Rumble's platform. And they're still getting thousands of views. So it's not, it's as far as it's when these small creators come up and they have like 30 followers and they're like, I'm blacklisted. No, bitch, you just are bad and or are small and not getting, like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I felt blacklisted because I went from getting featured once or twice a month to not getting featured for almost a year.
I don't think that's blacklisting. I think the person who was in the editor's chair didn't fucking care anymore. I don't think that Rumble, the
person in the editor's chair was Chris, and then he
doesn't he doesn't pick him anymore.
He was the one who picked me, yeah. So
he stepped out of that role.
I don't know what he's doing because he said he was going to address it, but
well, that's what I'm saying is I don't think Rumble has a blacklist that they look at and be like, never this person. I think the editors switch over time, and it's just people get left. Like Silver's barely fucking featured anymore. He hasn't been. He was featured once, like in the last month and some change, and he was getting featured like every other day.
Yeah, like can we just spread it out, Rumble?
That's the thing. Like I've gotten featured like once a week.
They don't know how to do moderation.
I already started getting hate in the Rumble and the Mario Party stream last night from people. So, not from the people who are streaming. They were cool.
And that's another thing. This abuse of the feature system, and that's really what it is, because they already know what it's going to do. It is creating strain in the gaming community. And it's like, are they doing this on purpose? Like, what's going on?
No, I don't.
The editor's picks guy just really freaking lazy.
Yes, I think that's 100% it. I was like, I don't have enough picks for the day. Let's find the guy I picked yesterday.
Well, then hire me to do it, Chris. I'll freaking make it fair.
Yeah, and she doesn't even stream anymore. And what's up, Shane?
Oh, I'm intrigued by this conversation because I've literally been thinking about doing some streaming or some sort of thing. I don't know, like I said, kind of boomer on this, but what does being featured, like, what does that do to your ratings and stuff? Like,
you get put on the front page. So there's four different. So on the top page, boom, you click on rumble.com, boom, featured right on the page. There's 4 different streams. Obviously, everyone's going to look at those because that's the first top page. It's the editor's picks. So it has Barstool Sports up there right now because of turds. And then it got categories. Then you continue watching, actually, and then picks. So it's actually farther down than it used to be.
I do want to say something, though. I think there is still one slot in the features, though, that is a primary feature. So when you're watching a video on Rumble and it ends, it will automatically filter you into another video, and it's the featured stream. Yeah. And that gets when that first happened to me, I had 5,000 viewers at one time. Yeah.
So here's the question I have, though, is like, what does that do to your long-term sustainability of the channel? Like, do those become, is this like the stickiness, so to speak, of once you latch somebody in, is that result in sustainable traffic? Or does
it's like a marketing campaign. Like, you need to, like, Super Bowl is so big because there's so many viewers. Most of those people are not going to respond to your ad. It's not going to be a conversion. But you're going to get those few people who are going to do business with your company. It's the same thing with streaming. It's all about getting exposure. So I'll get, like, maybe I got like 100 followers one weekend because I was featured. And that's a lot on Rumble. And some of them stuck around for a while. They'd actually come back. But it's all about that conversion rate. And the conversion's not good. It really isn't. We've got people with 2,000 followers who have, like, I don't know, maybe 30 people hanging out in their stream.
Okay.
So
it's
my stream from Wednesday had 40,000 views, and in one day I gained 50 people, which for me, that's really good. But I mean, out of 40,000 views, though, that's like,
That sounds a lot to me, though. So like, wow,
And that's one of the things. Like PewDiePie went live for the first time. God, I don't months and months and months. And he went live, and he has what, over 100 million subscribers on YouTube. There was like 10,000 people watching. Like, you're not going to hit those fucking numbers. Like, people think you have 1 million followers. It's 1 million people. You should have 1 million likes. That does not correlate at all, any way, shape, or form. It's exactly what Dai said. It's a marketing campaign. It's when I see an ad at a Super Bowl, I'm like, wow, that's a pretty cool commercial anyway. And then I forget it exists, and I don't ever fucking buy Bud Light. Like, it's just one of those things. And so it's the same thing that happens there. You get featured. Yesterday, looking at my channel, I got featured. It was actually a pretty bad stream, or like feature. I had 68,000 views, 76 likes. I think I gained like 20 or 30 followers. That was pretty good. But I mean, if you go back through my other ones, the other features, like a week ago, I got featured 134,000 views. And then a couple days, 5 days earlier, 120,000 views. A couple days earlier, 57,000 views.
So by denying people the featured spot, you're denying them an important marketing tool.
Correct.
On Rumble. Incredibly important, because it's really the only way to get discovered right now.
And here's the poor aspect of it is you can't feature everyone. It's not a possibility. And if you did, then it would just be like scrolling to the gaming category.
And you shouldn't feature everyone, but like it's been so heavily favored to a handful of people every cycle. We're going to say it's cycles because obviously people are being cycled in and out.
Yeah.
But
and that's the thing. I think a lot of it has to do with, because they're handpicking people. It's just and
they don't have integrity in their dealings.
It's not sustainable.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest reasons I say that is because, like, say midnight, say now it's, it's 10 o'clock right now, but say it hits midnight, that featured lineup will lock for hours.
Yeah.
Because there's no one awake at Rumble to fucking change it. There's no one at home working at home to change it. They're sleeping. So then you go with the same 4 people that were streaming like at 9 o'clock all the way until like 2 in the morning, until somebody wakes up from their fucking Doritoed slumber and goes, oh, I'm gonna change the feature. Where's this go? Who's live? Oh, this random fucking nobody. Nah, I don't want to do that. So I'll just find a stream from 4 days ago and fucking feature that. Like, it's the dumbest fucking way they can go about things.
Yeah. My development brain says that a solution to this is on each category page, if there's a threshold of, say, 20 people that are playing games at one time, they'll check for that, and then they'll take like the top three streams of that category and post them at the top of the page for that category. So each time you go to a category, there's somebody randomly selected at the top that's featured for that category. So there's always somebody, you always got an opportunity.
I agree with that to an extent of, I think 3 is a decent number, because if you just do the top person, like, so when you go into the gaming category, it's ranked by viewers. It's that's how it's ranked. I think it needs to go a little bit deeper into like engagement, because there's times I see people with like 1,000 viewers. I'm like, wow, it's really cool. And they have 2 people talking. And then it's like, okay, and then we go down to fucking old Struggle Bus down here, and he's got 11 people watching, and he has
all talking.
Everyone's talking.
Like Birdie and Native are going nuts in my chat right now.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's engagement. That's what I mean. That's engagement. And then you can go to somebody else and they have 10, 15 more people watching, but they have nobody. Nobody's talking to them. Nobody, like, so I think the algorithm has to be a little better, but I do think that'd be cool. If you clicked on the category, I think that there should be the top 3 slots that are bigger than the rest. Now, as for the front page, if you're just scrolling, I do think that should be a constant cycle of live streams. Every 15 minutes, it updates.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Out. I don't think that's a problem at all.
And it has a small impact, but like it doesn't. The difference between the cycling in and out of your category on the front page and being featured is that you're probably not going to get enough views in that time to actually connect with the person who would follow you had they been sent to you,
Yes.
like through the feature thing.
Yeah, and that's what I like. Like I was featured when I was playing Sea of Thieves one time, and it's a love-hate relationship with that game because I hate the creators of it, but I love the game. And I had somebody like there was like 2 or 3 people that were just like out of the 100,000 people that were fucking ended up watching it, I had 2 or 3 people that just stuck, and now they come to like almost all my every time I do a Sea of Thieves stream, they're there, or they're playing with me. Like my Sea of Thieves are open. Like I have a guild on Sea of Thieves where people can just run my ships on other servers, and people jump on all the time, and I love it. But I wouldn't have gotten that if I wouldn't have gotten featured because there's no way they would have found me.
No, that Rick keeps saying that they have like this really big search thing coming, and I'm like, okay, hopefully this is the one that fixes all the problems because they could feature all the people they want on the homepage, but if
Another
people can't do a
big
basic
thing
search,
another big thing is the recommended the video algorithm. Once that starts playing, like if somebody's actively watching Sea of Thieves, right? And they're like, I click on a Sea of Thieves category every day, and I go through and I find different streamers that do that, and then on all of a sudden on their homepage, when it just starts recommending like Skull and Bones, like the new the new game that came out, Black Flag, Assassin's Creed, fucking Sea of Thieves, and then like other games like that, they start seeing, and then it'll branch out, and they'll be able to see more people than just having to fucking search with who's live that specific time in that specific game.
yeah.
But they said they're working on that, and that's not a small feat.
I wonder how that's gonna go over on in the community though, because I can't say this with the fact, but I think a lot of people would agree with me that the people that use Rumble, a lot of the people that use Rumble tend to be very adverse to AI and algorithms and stuff like that. Because in order to have an algorithm that tracks what you've been watching and suggest things to you, it has to track you. It has to learn from what you're doing. So you're being watched. And I know people are gonna like have shit themselves over that.
It's frustrating to me because get yourself. You're fucking old. You're old men. How many times we got to teach you this lesson? Like everything evolves. People didn't like fucking rock and roll, and now almost all the country listens to it. Like it's just a fucking thing. It's evolution of nonsense. Is there going to be people who do shitty things with it? Yeah, naturally. That's how nukes happened. Well, I don't know what you wanted. Like that was not meant to be the way it was. But by the way, Oppenheimer, great movie. Anyhow, fucking, it's one of those things where if you think algorithms are stupid, then Rumble's never going to grow. That's how you fucking get people to stay on your platform, is to recommend things that they will. I fucking find myself on you. I hate YouTube. I don't pay for it. I use VPN blocker on it. Fucking ad blockers. I go on YouTube. I watch a video. And then next thing you know, I'm like, oh shit, that looks interesting. I don't know who this guy is. And then I click on it because it's related to the video I just watched. But guess what? When I'm watching like a pirate panel, I'm like, wow, this is a fun podcast talking about the platform I'm on. And then you get fucking pushed over into a Call of Duty stream. Why would I want to watch that? That's not what I was actively watching. Like I was watching, if I'm watching politics and then it pushes me into fucking cake making, why would I fucking do that? Just because it's featured? I don't fucking give a shit about
cake
that.
making's become political now, so
I know.
Oh yeah, no shit.
Baking.
Right, the boobs. Right.
Yeah, boobs. Listen, X-Men 97, you're dog shit.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Wow. Must be a bunch of flat-chested bitches out there who can't
bring back fat asses.
Wow.
Yeah, what they did to Rogue is just sacrilege.
It's a disgrace.
Now, Native says something, and he's exaggerating, of course, but something that taps into what I was thinking. He says, all but 10 of us are streamers. One thing I find on YouTube that I can't find on Rumble, I've tried to do it. I go back, I start with Rumble, and if I can't find what I want on Rumble, I have to go to YouTube, and it's like just a video library. Like if I'm like, hey, there's a channel on like how to take apart your Super Nintendo and clean it and put it back together. There's nothing on Rumble for that. It's not only, it's like people are focused on streaming, which is fine, but I think if you're featuring, when you talk about featuring channels or pages or whatever, it should be also channels and content. It's like people need to build up a library, because if you get people that are willing to watch your already existing videos, like Dieberry, you mentioned, like I'm going to go back to pre packaged content. You build up your channel with people going, I like this content. I want to see what this person does.
Yeah,
And then
I've
when you
gotten-
live stream, you've already got an audience.
I've gotten traffic on Twitch by being on YouTube, and that's why Twitch streamers use YouTube, because people will discover you on YouTube. That's why my channel on YouTube is a video
Brittany.
channel. So
And going off of what you said, Short, with like the how-to videos, listen, if I'm trying to fucking replace an alternator on a 1996 Honda Civic, like I'm going to YouTube. Rumble doesn't fucking have it. They're not. Now, from this point, from like 2020 to 2021, somewhere in there, going forward, the how-to videos will make sense for all the new shit coming out. But they're going to have to build that 10 to 15 year span of how-to videos. Like that's not going to get pulled over like YouTube is. Like if I need to fix something, it's I'm going to YouTube. Like I don't search for Rumble. Like when I go on Rumble, I don't search for videos. I deem Rumble more like Twitch in the fact of streaming. It's a streaming platform.
and I kind of
It's
feel
not
like
a
that's the
video
direction
producing
they're
platform.
taking it.
And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
Like YouTube is kind of like, and I don't go to YouTube to watch streams. I never have. I've never watched a stream on YouTube other than
See, I
like,
watch a lot of
PewDiePie.
live streams, but not like casual gaming streams like here. I go there to watch actual like shows.
I used to go to Twitch to watch gaming streams.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. This is a competitor. They're trying to compete with both. Pick a fucking lane and get good at it. Don't be a jack of all trades and then fall behind all of the competition.
Yep.
Be good at one thing and surpass somebody. That's where you get real recognition. And that's why I
Like
hate
the
that they're
alt-tab
like
curse.
they're pushing people so fast. Is they're like, okay, we released this. It's not really ready, but we have a deadline. Now we're gonna start working on this.
Yeah,
And
like
people are
Rumble
"Wait."
Studio. I desperately want to use that over
It's dog shit.
StreamYard.
Um,
StreamYard's so expensive.
And then people are like, oh, yeah, Tucker Carlson used it. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool beans. It still sucks for anything other than a simple podcast with two people. Anywho, so
True.
it's
Yeah.
what they actively do is they release something that's kind of workable, and then they switch to something else. And they're like, we're working on this now. And it's like, wait, but fix that. We don't like this. Fix that. And they're like, hey, we'll get to it eventually, maybe. Hey, here's new emotes. You guys like those? And we're like, but fix the other thing. Yeah, well, okay, maybe. Here's look at this. Now we have a small creator whole thing tab. Okay, but fix Rumble Studio. We'll get to it. And they keep
So
doing that. And
Native says YouTube also has a huge ego. Here's the thing about the emotional things with the platforms. Twitch, still the best platform to stream on. When it comes to functionality and features, by far the best platform to live stream on. YouTube, by far the best video platform. And as a creator, I can grow my channel. If I start putting the time into it and doing the edited videos again, I know how to get my channel found and grow it. YouTube does a really good job with discoverability, and they always have, which is why live streamers use it for videos. So you can hate them for egos, but face it, most of us aren't saying things that we shouldn't be saying on YouTube. We're just out there just gaming or talking about whatever. I've seen some of these guys who got banned from YouTube, and Llama, I don't find you offensive when I see your streams, but some of these other guys have said things that were fascinating.
They banned me. They banned me because I appealed something and used very tasteful language in my email response. But they demonetized me because they listed my videos for children because I was playing games like Golf with Friends and Fortnite. Yep. And they listed it for children. And if you watch the stream, I'm sitting here going, fuck that stupid bitch in the fucking bush. He's a stupid fucking cunt. And they're like, this isn't all demonetized. You're not for kids. And I'm like, I didn't post it for kids. You did. You showed it to kids.
Yeah.
And then they fucking demonetized my channel. And I was like, not like I was making money anyway, but fuck you, YouTube. And so
there's such a bar. There's such a high bar for getting monetized.
And so I was like, what the actual fudge nuts? Why are you doing this to my channel? And then
Rumble just needs time to grow. No.
And then they shadow banned me.
They need to just get good at something.
Legitimately, you typed llama noises in the search bar, and I was like fucking deep on the page. Like there was video, it would show like 35 videos about llamas, and then it would be like, oh yeah, and this channel specifically that you typed the exact name in. And I'm like, why am I on page 2? This doesn't make fucking sense. And I got pissed at them, and then they're like, hey, well, actually, you can just leave. and not stream ever again. Fuck you. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to Twitch. And then I went to Twitch, and then Twitch was like, yeah, but we don't like you. So also there's 4 billion other people playing the same game. So good luck.
Yep.
I had my run-in with YouTube.
Twitch is all about getting discovered on YouTube and making friends.
I have a month.
You grow on Twitch through networking.
I can't talk on Twitch right now. I can't chat in anybody's chat because I was in somebody's chat and they said something, and I was like, well, maybe if you stopped grooming kids, because it was a fucking trans woman, trans man. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yep.
But it was a Sea of Thieves streamer, and they were talking about so maybe you should stop grooming kids. And that one got through the moderator somehow, and then they got all butthurt at llama noises. That was bad. The whole chat turned on me. And then I typed in the chat. I was like, oh, what the fuck did I say?
Dude, the LGBTQ community is a fucking cult over there. Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, so if I want to get partnered with Sea of Thieves, all I have to do is become gay and chop off my dick.
Yes.
And the moderators stopped it and said that they couldn't go through. And then I said, fuck you, moderators, stupid sluts. And then they fucking blocked me. And then I went back into the next day into my Twitch, and they would not let me. I was muted on every fucking stream, period.
And I have actually told people very openly about that for 4 years now. If you want to get big on Twitch, pretend you're gay or lesbian or trans. You have to have a gender identity disorder. When you do that, you pander to that audience, and that's really pandering, real pandering. Yes, you will get big on Twitch.
Y'all
They
know
need to
what's
be
driving all that
so
stuff?
validated.
You know what's driving all that stuff? Have you ever watched Dr. Carlin Borisenko? Have you seen her?
I've seen some of her stuff.
Holy crap. She has a Socialism Saturdays thing.
Oh, then
she has gone undercover in some of this shit. Like, this is literally pure Marxism. And but the thing is, understanding why it's holy crap. I mean, I'll be honest. I had to battle my my oldest about some of this crap here in Alabama, North Alabama, in the government schools. This shit is crazy.
I guess Catholic school numbers are so high right now because people are pulling their kids out of public schools.
I don't call them public. They're not public schools propaganda. It's government schools. This is government indoctrination.
How are they different? I think of public schools as government funded. That's how most of us think of it.
So it's semantics. Yes.
It's why school choice is so. That's why people don't like school choice. The left they fucking hate school choice.
Yeah.
Because those people use that money, the tuition, they go, okay, I'm going to send my kid to a private school.
The reason I say government schools is because it triggers the hell out of people. No, it's public. It's public. No, it's government schools. It's government indoctrination.
It doesn't trigger me, but don't correct me if I'm not wrong.
No. It's really like the leftists. Holy crap. They get freaked out when you call it government schools.
And they get freaked out when you want to take your school voucher and send your kid to a private school.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it
I'm
drives
so
them
pro
up
private
a
school.
wall.
But you still have to watch the private schools. Not all Catholic schools are
worse.
good.
Yes. They're worse. Many of them are worse.
Some of them are, but some of them are better. So you really have to do
it all
your
depends
homework.
on your location. Like
also,
you
homeschooling is huge now for that reason.
Government schools and public schools bad. It's like, yeah, it's okay, maybe. But also,
I like how you were like grabbing your boobs when you were.
I went to a public school. You don't know where they are. I just got a mastectomy.
I just like his Kermit when he does that.
Oh yeah.
You've been going to the Black History streams on Twitch and asking if Logic is the best Black streamer. Who the hell?
Yeah, they get mad at that. But I went to a public school, and I love my public school. Like, it graduates like 90 kids a year. Fucking the teacher student ratio is really good. Their academics are above average and everything, and they don't fucking tolerate any. I live in a small town. They don't fucking tolerate woke shit. It just doesn't fucking happen. We had some fucking Black Lives Matter protesters, and it got fucking driven off the street by a fucking truck. Just a diesel truck was like, get the fuck out of here, and then they got arrested. So it's like, yeah, good luck trying that again. Like we had a kid get shot in the back trying to leave they broke into a property, And then the guy came downstairs and he had a gun in his hand, the kid who was like, I want to say 19, 20. And then he fucking turned around and got scared because the other guy had a gun and tried running out the window and he got shot. And then the dad the following day came out and gave a statement and he goes, well, maybe my kid shouldn't have been on drugs breaking into people's houses and he wouldn't be dead. Like there was no anger towards the people who shot him because he's like, yeah, fucking break onto my property. I'll kill you. That's the town I live in. Like so it's like, it all depends on where you are and who's in the school. You can't just be like, oh, public school bad. Okay, private school bad. Yeah. You don't want your kid homeschooled?
I think you need to do your due diligence because
no, I would say doing your homeschooling at this point, because I would have said 20, 30 years ago that that school was okay. I would have said the same thing because I graduated with 96 kids in my school. But if you look at it from the standpoint of 12 plus 1 years, and that is the number of years of education you are getting, and you have to then go to another 4 years to get an education after that. That's not an education. What are you doing during 12 plus 1 years? You should have some basic skills to get out and work a job after that. If you go to see homeschoolers, they do 3 hours a day and they do laps around government school kids.
Depending on the homeschoolers.
One of the things I do for my job is I'm on click to chat support. So like I work a lot with newer customer service reps, and just in this last year, a lot of the people coming in, you might have seen me post on Twitter about this, but like people don't know how to write a professional email.
Oh my God, it's so fucking annoying.
Yes. And then they don't know how to talk to people in a professional environment. They really struggle with communication, and then just basic critical thinking. I mean, yes, our job is challenging. It is. You need to be smart to do it, but you don't need to be a freaking genius. You need critical thinking skills because you're there solving high dollar problems for our customers. And these guys do not know how to stop and say, okay, what does the customer want? What happened instead? Okay, now what do I need to do to fix it? They cannot do that. Critical thinking is completely lacking. And it blows my mind because I graduated in 95 from high school, and then I have way too much college. But like all of my education was very much critical thinking, and I have some scientific methodology, process improvement. That is what it was even in high school. And I'm just really disappointed by how uneducated kids are coming out of high school and even college. A lot of them don't even know how to write.
And I think our baseline is even skewed because I graduated in 90, and I believed at that time that I had a good education until I realized how effed up my education was. Social studies is effing communism, right? So the inclusion of some of this shit.
See, I had science, math. That was most
some of the stuff. The degree, like in hindsight, the degree of communism I got in my history, the degree of, and this is coming back to the earlier conversation that I said, the programming. A lot of the stuff that I say we are programmed is because we were programmed because Marxism infiltrated these systems.
Where did you go to school though?
In Western Pennsylvania, in a coal town, steel town. Small town, like I
look back on my education, and I actually do have a copy of my high school history book, and I don't see. We had a.
It's got flavors of it. Social studies.
Hold on. Social studies can fuck off. That was elementary school. I'm talking about like junior high and high school where you actually learn stuff.
Yeah.
No, my stuff in junior high and high school was actually more like science, geometry, like science, math, actually learning stuff, how to actually write. I did not have a social studies class in either of those. And the funny thing is my high school history teacher, the one thing that I've carried with me this whole time is in order to bring about communism, you have to get rid of guns and religion. And he wasn't saying that as a pro-commie. He was very pro guns and religion. Yeah. And that's the kind of school I went to. But we did have a class, like it was some stupid class where we were like trying to figure out what our career was going to be, and there was some personality stuff, and it did have that, you know, you're special and you can do whatever you want kind of crap, which is all bullshit, and that is more going into that. But even in college, for the most course, I studied mostly science in college. But I was just talking with a doctor at my church last week about it, and we were comparing notes on college, and he was in college in the 70s, and he said it was so politicized when he was there, and he was pre-med in medical school. And for me going to Michigan Tech, it wasn't. It was very focused on what I was learning. It wasn't there was no women's studies or anything like that. So, of course, Michigan Tech was also a more conservative school at the time, and I guess that's changing now. But now I'm sussing everybody as being politicized.
All I'm saying is that I'm not saying it's as bad as now. I'm saying that it's layers. It's thin layers.
Absolutely, but I don't think it's to the same degree across the board. I think a lot of us did go to good schools that actually taught us what we were there to learn. And yes, I can see where some of that was in some of the classes I took. But most of the stuff I took had nothing to do with wokeism or Marxism.
Here's an example. So my daughters, they went through a large portion of their school in DC. Mm-hmm. We had to take them out of the schools up there and put them in a private school, private Christian school. But there was already some stuff in there that was going on.
There's a lot of Christian schools that are very woke.
Oh, woke as hell. Then we come down here, and it was Huntsville High. I mean, this is actually one of the top schools. The education that they got, like my daughter was in cyber security competitions from like 8th grade on. The advanced science and stuff that's going on here is unlike anything I've ever seen. But just little things. It is little things. Like my daughters heard me talking around here, and there was a course that my youngest was in, and it was examples of Republicans and Democrats throughout history, right? And there were different things, and it was give me an example of this and give me an example of that, and then the last one was give me an example of a Republican platform today and a Democrat platform, today. And because of my rhetoric that I use around here, my daughter wrote in something about government health care, right? She wrote in, Democrats want government health care. And the teacher crossed it out.
This shouldn't even be in school. Like that shouldn't even be something that's in school.
But regardless, she crossed out.
But to go back to the 90s, though, because I don't want to get too far off of.
Okay.
Yeah. But my point is, some of us had great educations where this wasn't really an issue. And yeah, you're always going to have degrees. Things will always be present, especially since they've been trying to infiltrate all of our systems for way longer than I've been alive.
It's the teaching schools. The teaching schools are completely effed. The teachers that are coming out are hoes.
Now, but I'm not talking about now. Like, we all agree that they're shit right now.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is that they were layered.
So we're talking about with Llama's school where he went and then where I went. We're showing that not everyone has had a completely Marxist infiltrated education.
No, and the fact of the matter is just fucking look this fucking do your research on the school before you send your kid there. Look, if you're looking like, hey, I'm going to move. I got to move to this new location or around this new area. Look at the fucking school districts. It's not that difficult. Just do your fucking due diligence. Fucking do it. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't want your kid, if you're going to send your kid to a private school, look at the private school. It doesn't, just because it says private doesn't mean better.
Yeah.
It's
and like with Catholic schools,
doing your research on this. Is there things, and this is what I'm talking about, is where the teacher is coming back, crossing out government healthcare and putting in public healthcare. And then whenever you say, give me an example of the politicians, like of Democrat and Republican politicians, and they're putting circle smiley face around
that shouldn't even, but I think the argument there is that doesn't even belong in the classroom.
Correct.
I don't care about
it's everywhere now. It's everywhere now, and you can't You
Now,
cannot
in our
legislate
school for our church, there are a lot of Catholic churches that are very liberal. Unfortunately, ours is incredibly conservative. We've even kicked the Boy Scouts out. Our pastor is very anti-Marxist. Like, he keeps it on lockdown. So everyone who's there is practicing. It's a very conservative Catholic school. So not really what, the teachers union will want kids to be learning. And yeah, it is very focused on carrying out the faith. So there are
And I
still
just
good
want to know
schools out
where
there.
we're winning. Where are we winning?
Well, that's a different
Where-
discussion.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
a
but that's my whole premise for everything is that where are we winning? Is it we are retreating to finding places that are safe for our children through retreat? How are we winning? How are we turning this thing around?
Well,
Because
like
we
in
are
Michigan, though, that's not necessarily the case, because in Michigan, if you are putting your kids somewhere else, that money's being taken away from the public schools. So
Yep.
we're defunding them. That's
Yep.
how a lot of states are.
That's why school choice is really good, because they're not getting the government money.
We need to support school choice everywhere.
School choice is huge because it's like, oh, you're taking money away from these schools. It's like, yeah, because the schools fucking suck. And that's why. Be better, and then people will want to go there.
I don't think we're ready for the new age of we were ushering in with private schools. I don't think we have a strategy to battle this stuff, because you're going to get private schools full of teachers that are woke as fuck.
They're already there.
This is my point, is that there is, until you get to the root of this stuff and we start pushing back and we start winning, this is once again a retreat, and it is a retreat that is a setup. It is a 100% setup.
I don't think it's a setup. I really
100%
don't. They don't want us
retreat.
homeschooling kids. Homeschooling is at an all-time high. And yes, conservative private schools are at an all-time high. They're growing. And a lot of states, that money is going with those kids. Money is how you win the battle.
I'm telling you, 10 years from now, we are going to be battling. You think the NFL, football, a conservative bastion, is
I never thought they were.
No one
Black
thinks
national anthem?
No one thinks
Who
the
the hell
NFL
thinks
conservative.
the NFL is
No,
conservative?
all
one
I'm saying
person.
is that was their base. That was their consumer base.
It's because they have the money.
This is, but it was 10 years ago. It wasn't. Almost everything they are winning, and the problem is that the people are coming out of these universities are flooding out with these ideologies.
Yeah,
And
that's
they're
why
the
people from
people-
certain universities can't get hired anymore. Like Harvard business grads aren't doing very well. They're taking people from private schools like mine. I went to a
wouldn't fucking
conservative
make
private college.
All I'm saying is there are massive pitfalls. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be going down this route. I think that the Marxists are thinking 10 steps ahead of us, and we don't realize that.
So you're preaching to the choir on that, because we all know
Yeah.
that they've been doing this for over 100 years, honestly.
Yeah, 100%. And this is my point: is that the private schools, the private charter stuff, here's an interesting thing that happens is all of a sudden some of the regulations towards things that exist in government schools that prevent some of this stuff fly out the window when it comes to private schools. Shit has the option of flying further off the handle when it comes to private schools.
I'm not denying that.
This
But
is
what's
the
your
thing.
This is
point?
why
All I'm
you have to
saying is
do
a
your
lot
due
of it
diligence.
is
But
a setup.
Shane, this is why you need to fucking do your homework. I can't sympathize for people who aren't going to do their homework. I really cannot. What we have to do is constantly remind them, you need to look into the schools. You need to stay awake. It's not like the X generation. It's not like my generation where most of us did come out of decent schools. But now all of a sudden our kids, thankfully I don't have any, the schools are so totally different than when I was a kid. And people are like, well, how could you guys not pay attention to where you were sending your kids to school? Well, because we didn't have these issues, not to this degree. It's
COVID woke
insane.
people up to this shit.
But now people are
COVID
waking
actually
up.
woke people up to this thing.
Yes.
Because all of a sudden, Like there was one of those podcasts, like, or one of the streams where the teachers were like, "Holy fuck, what happens when the parents see what we're teaching their kids?" And that was like one of the first viral things that came out during the start of COVID.
Mhm.
We're like, "Holy shit!" And they
Yeah.
were telling kids you can't, because so much of the stuff happened for 20 years.
There was a lot of good
Outside
stuff
of
that
our-
happened during COVID.
What's that?
I said there was a lot of good stuff that happened during COVID.
Yeah, well, and there's
I almost got fired.
What's
You
that?
almost got fired?
Yeah, because they were like, okay, if you don't have your shot, you have to wear a mask. And I was like, no. And they were like, no, you have to. And I was like, make me wear a fucking mask if I don't have a shot.
Llama,
And they're like,
You
okay,
spit in
everyone
your
who got it.
faces.
They're like,
where are you
if you-
located?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, which part?
I'm 2 hours out of Philly.
Okay, Philly. I thought no. I'm sorry. I was mixing out with Short earlier. But down here, like, you would get outside of Huntsville and nobody was like wearing masks. I mean,
No,
like,
it was
even here.
the company's based out of Cali, so that's the problem.
Yeah.
But they were like, yeah, do it. And then they're like, if you got a shot, like, we want to see that you got a shot, so give us your cards. We're not just going to take your word for it. And then I was like, no, I'm not giving you my card. And they're like, well, if you don't have a shot, you have to wear a mask. I was like, I got a shot. And they're like, well, which one was it? And I was like, I don't remember. And they were like, give me your card. And I was like, no, I'm not giving you my vaccination card. And they couldn't make me wear a mask because I was like, fuck you. I never got a shot, by the way. But I was like, no. And then I asked my supervisor and my boss, I was like, can you believe this shit? And they're like, yeah, we just told them we got shots. We're not giving us, like, we didn't. We're not playing this game. And then there was a company that was like somebody we service, and they're like, you have to wear a mask and you have to have a shot if you want to come in and do the on-site. And then we were like, no, I'm not. Like, I personally said that. The other guys are a couple other weak people got shots, but I was like, no, I was like, I'm the RF. I'm the only RF tech that has a security clearance high enough to go to this place. And they were like, you have to have a shot or you can't do the stuff here. And I was like, okay, send it in.
Your stuff isn't getting
Send it
fixed.
in. And they're like,
Yeah.
we can't send it in. I'm like, then figure it the fuck out, because we don't have an RF tech to send. I'm the only one. Pick or choose. And they lost that battle. They're like, then we're canceling the on-site. And I was like, okay, cool, do it. And then I got a lot of shit from my company because they're like, you cost us like $20,000 because you didn't go to that job. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. You're not going to make me get a shot. And I was like,
Yep.
sorry, what are you going to do?
I don't think anyone here got a shot, did they?
I wanted them to fucking fire me, huh?
I don't think anyone here got a shot.
No. But
Yeah,
I wanted them to fire me. I had my lawyer was lined up, man. I had him on fucking retainer. I was like, they're getting pissed that I'm not getting a shot, and they're bringing it like every other day that we have an email. Don't forget to get your shot. We'll pay you to go get it. And I was like, nope, not doing it. Fuck you. And they were getting real mad about it. And I was like, fire me so I can sue you. Fire me so I can sue you. Oh my God, please do it. I will be set for the good majority of my life. And they didn't. They were pussies. I called them out and they just like,
They saw through you.
Yeah,
Surprise,
that was it.
surprise.
They're like, we don't want to do this. We don't want to be in a lawsuit. And I was like, good.
I didn't
don't.
even get flu shots when I was in healthcare. I
I
always had to
stopped
sign
getting flu
something.
shot. And the
Yeah,
Marine
because
Corps
I
stopped.
always get sick. I get really sick if I get a flu shot, and if I don't, I just get the flu once every 7 years. And my
The
immune system is
Marines,
built
it's
back
now
up.
optional. It used to be mandatory.
Oh,
And
is
then
it
they,
really?
yeah, it used to be mandatory. They'd give all of us fucking flu shots, and then our readiness would drop by 70% for like a fucking 2 weeks because everyone would fucking be sick.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what if we just don't do this? And 1 year they're like, hey guys, we're not going to do flu shots. If you want one, you can go get one, but we're not going to do it. And then all of a sudden their readiness dropped like by like the normal like 5% during flu season. And it was like, wow, crazy when you don't inject people with fucking viruses,
Yep.
especially people from all over the world that are in one place all the time with all different immune systems. Isn't that insane? And then I was like, listen, I'm not anti-vaccination. All my kids are vaxxed. They're little babies. They don't have an immune system yet. They need the fucking bullshit. I got that. But the flu shot always just gets me sick. And I'm like, oh no, I got the flu. I'm a healthy adult male. I might get sick for 3 days. It's
Well,
like,
the other thing is, the interesting thing is that when you do get the flu, it's not the strain that the vaccination's for. So like everyone else can prevent that strain, you're going to get sick anyway. But if I had kids, I would have them get the same vaccinations I got when I was a kid. But we have like
have them chew
36
on some
shots
lead paint.
now. They don't need 36
insane.
That's
vaccinations.
nuts.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
just get them the basic vaccines.
Dude, get them the peanut butter shot. The peanut butter shot. I don't know if you ever got that when you were in the military. Peanut butter shot it's a real thick fucking liquid, and it goes in your ass.
No,
in your
I
ass
don't know
cheek,
that.
and then you have to sit on it and fucking roll it out on the floor to spread it out because it's so fucking thick. It just makes a ball in the injection point. But it literally combats like fucking 1,000 diseases. Like it's just everything mushed into one thing, and your body goes through bullshit for like a week, and then it's during boot camp, so you don't even notice because you're already dying. And so you fucking take the shot, and you're like, "Wow, boot camp sucks." And like, "Yeah, it's boot camp, not the shot." And then you're just immune because you got to think you are stepping into a bay with like 80 other people who are from all over the world. Sometimes all of your immune system, like if you think you're not going to get sick, and that's how you don't get sick in boot camp is you take that peanut butter shot and no one gets sick. And it's like, it's a modern miracle because if you didn't take that shot, everyone would be sick for like the entire boot camp. There's no way you wouldn't. You're sleeping out in the fucking rain. You're telling me you're not sick?
I was
No,
in the
you know
hospital
why?
for 3
'Cause
days.
we got a fucking. We literally took a wad of peanut butter and put it in our butthole. It was fucking insane. That hurt.
I have no
a bit,
desire to
dude.
take a shot like that, though.
It sucks. It sucks, but you get it taken like once every 2 or 3 years.
But I
and
don't
you're
I
good
don't
for,
want
like,
to take
10 years.
something that fights that many different things. Because here's the thing: everything you inject into your body also has a downside to it. Medication is poison, and the benefits have to outweigh the risks. And the problem is a lot of these people have no idea what the risks are, and which is why I didn't do the COVID shot. Because first of all, I knew I didn't need the COVID shot. I knew it was this stupid cold virus that I was a very low risk person for. And then we didn't know what the side effects were. And now we do know because so many people have had serious side effects.
Yeah, it's just like cutting off your dick. It's like, oh no, they're cool with it. It's like you ask them 3 days after the surgery. Ask them 10 years when they're willing to kill themselves again.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's true.
it's 10:34. I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta go to work tomorrow. Gotta make that bread.
Oh, you're working tomorrow?
Yeah, I was gonna go into work today, but I was like, it snowed like 5 inches, and I didn't want to drive in it because it's
We
a
got
weekend,
there.
so you know the plows weren't gonna be out like crazy super early because no one had to go to work. So I didn't go in. I already worked 100. I worked 125 hours this week. I'm burnt.
Damn, dude.
Not this week. Sorry, week. The paycheck. This 2 weeks. Work like 60-hour weeks, and I'm kind of burnt from it. So now I have to took a day off because I worked 7 days in a row, and now we're going to work tomorrow.
You know, if you got the shot, you'd be able to work 80 hours a week. That's what.
See, that's the
I
problem
heard
though.
up
I
there.
agree with Die Bear. I fucking take airborne religiously. As soon as I get a sniffle, because kids are just cesspools of fucking disease. So as soon as my kid gets sick, I'm like airborne. I'm fucking popping airborne.
You know
like
what
twice
I
a day.
do? I do peroxide in the ears.
That's a good one too.
That's
Yep.
what I've been doing for years. I get like a little bit of like
Damn right,
anytime I
man.
feel
Airborne is
anything
the
in my
shit.
throat, boom, peroxide, and it's gone.
You feel
I've got
sniffle
something
coming on?
magic.
Airborne.
I've got something magic.
Huh.
There's this. So 20 years ago, I had cancer. I had all kinds of problems. I've been like, I ended up having like sinus infections like 5 times a year. So I'd be on antibiotics and just all kinds of crazy shit. And but what's crazy is my wife found something. It's this garlic, onion, ginger tea, crazy crap that tastes awful. Now it's okay, but then I put some honey in it. I haven't taken antibiotics in almost a year, 6 months to a year now. I used to take them 5 times a year.
Wow.
I take this the night before. As awful as it is, I'm done. I'm literally, all the stuff is.
Oh my god, it's gone. I love you.
Sorry.
God,
Shane, you got to work on your sales
God,
pitch, though.
I was gonna get off, and then I was like, "Ah, shit, it's Conda." So now I'm gonna get off under the table.
I went
All right,
carnivore,
everybody's
so
gonna call it a night.
that
The
helps.
podcast is over.
How you doing, Conda? How was date night?
It wasn't too bad. It wasn't bad.
It
at
wasn't too bad.
all. No.
Purdy, you've never heard of airborne? You fucking live under a rock, Patrick.
I've
He's in
heard of
Canada,
airborne.
bro. Come on, they're trying to kill him up there.
Airborne's
Who's
a
trying to kill
godsend.
him?
I have
I'm
like
sorry,
3
Purdy, I love
bottles
you,
of it
man.
in my fucking cabinet.
Vent
the
always has
one-
airborne.
I
Garlic
yeah,
and
dude,
onion are natural detox.
Were we talking about clearing out ear
Did you
infections?
shave your
or
head and get all
something? I heard
spiffy
about
for your date?
peroxide and airborne.
you can
Bueller?
just order. What? What'd you say about airborne? It's amazing.
I said,
know.
are we talking about clearing out ear infections? Because I heard airborne and peroxide. So
Anytime you feel like you're getting sick. So the peroxide in the ears, it gets anything that's like getting into your eustachian tubes because a lot of your stuff actually, a lot of diseases actually coming through your ears.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. So anytime you
Mind
start to feel like
viruses.
that little
Orifices.
itty bitty sore throat, peroxide that baby.
Or-
Also, it
orifices.
gets rid of earwax. So when your ears start itching, just throw some peroxide, let it fizzle, and then dump it out. Yeah.
It's a big thing. It's a big thing. Ears, eye
learned
holes,
that in the
nose holes,
military.
mouth holes. That's fucking
Wait,
where
eye
it
holes? What?
happens.
Holes are bad.
Your eye holes, yeah. You fucking rub your eye, and all of a sudden now you're getting sick. It's a thing. Any orifice, like any hole on your body, that's where you get fucking sick the most from. So anything to keep them clean, make sure
Is
you're
this
washing your face,
peroxide?
your
Is
hands.
this straight or is it like diluted?
No,
wait,
Straight.
Purdy's a northern communist? I didn't know that.
not in your eyes, fucking idiot. Your
Oh,
ears.
okay.
No, I'm not
No,
saying
your
put
ears.
peroxide in all of your holes. I'm saying your
Oh, I
holes are
know.
what gets you
I
sick.
was very confused when you mentioned eye
The holes
holes.
get you sick, but if you put peroxide in your ears, that will usually keep you from getting sick. Like the minute you
Got
get like any subtle symptoms. Once you're already sick, you're screwed. But you
Your
should
eyes
still
are the
peroxide
window
it
to the
anyway.
soul, and you want to pour bleach in it. What the fuck is wrong with you?
My soul's rotten right now with all the nasty stuff it's seen. So whatever.
Well, pour peroxide in your ears; it'll fix it.
All
Put
right.
garlic in your socks. Take a fucking glass of airborne and pour peroxide in your ears, and you'll be fucking immune for the rest of your life.
Wow, Schward. Wow. Conda comes in and you're like, I gotta go to bed.
Dude, I also have to go to bed. I told my wife I'd be up at 10:30. It's 10:40. I told you didn't have me long on this pirate panel. You had me for like 2.5 hours.
Oh, I know.
So,
My dad
I'm
got
about
ears,
to-
nose, and throat from a hospital
Sword.
packer at work because there was a jam and he got splashed in the ear with hospital juices. That
Yeah.
sounds dirty.
Yeah, it does.
Hospital juices.
Oh, I got some
that's the
hospital
way to put it.
juices.
Yes.
I hope everyone has a fucking fantastic goddamn night.
You too,
Oh,
Llama.
good
Llama.
night,
You too,
Llama.
man.
Have to work.
Great meeting you.
Gotta raise those kids.
Yeah, I mean they're fucking sleeping. I'm going to bed. I gotta make money for those
They can
kids.
raise themselves.
No, that's what I got fucking Disney for. Disney will raise my kids.
Oh. Yeah,
So-
a couple gay little soldiers.
It was so
Fire
funny.
is
So we went
better.
out to breakfast. Sorry, real quick story. We went out to breakfast this morning with my family after we saw the house that I put an offer in on, and they're like, "Oh, you want kids pancake?" And my son's like, "Yeah, I want pancake." He's 3, and they brought him like, "Oh, look, Mickey Mouse pancake," and he was like, "Ew." I was like, "Don't worry." I ripped off the ears, and he goes, "Haha," and I was like, "This is the greatest moment," because my mom's like, "Oh, whatever, Mickey Mouse is whatever." She's not like
Yeah.
she hates Disney, but she's like, "It's whatever. It's Mickey Mouse. You grew up on Mickey
So your
Mouse."
kids
I'm
hate
like,
Disney?
Yes.
You're a good
Yeah,
dad.
I refuse. Now Alexis is still a Disney fucking nerd, but she watches like the old Disney stuff.
I like
Yeah.
the old stuff.
Back when pretty much anything that has a disclaimer on it, I'm okay with her watching.
I'm
Like, when
amazed
it
at
pops
how
up and it's
addicted
like,
adults are to
slaves
Disney.
bad.
It's kind of scary
What?
how addicted some adults are to Disney.
It's that's a cult. You want to talk
It's
about
like a cult.
That's
Yeah,
cult.
I have a coworker who's like that, and it's like
Disney adults.
poo.
Yeah, you fucking freak. He left because we called him out. He left because we called him out. Yeah, that's what I thought. No,
Hi,
I'm just kidding.
Sword.
He's dipping. I love you, Short. Thanks for popping in. Fucking no, yeah. Disney's a fucking cult. By the way, I'm not gonna lie. The Daily Wire's Bent Key, pretty damn good.
Awesome.
Pretty
Yeah.
fucking good. You have a subscription. You can check it out.
I feel
But-
like the adult stuff though. I'm still the only thing they put out for adults that I really loved was the Hyperions.
Yep.
That was good. I did like the Hyperion.
That was actually a good movie.
The Prairie
And-
was good. I like the fucking Gina
Lady
Carano
Ballers.
movie.
Oh, I
No.
didn't like that. Lady
Really?
Ballers was okay.
Lady Ballers was okay. It was just I love that it was mediocre comedy, but it triggered my favorite part was just, it triggered so many people for what fucking reason.
Yes.
Like the movie wasn't. It's been saying the same thing we've been saying for years. It wasn't like breaking news. It was just people were so butthurt about it. It was such a silly, dumb movie, and I love it. I just love
Also,
seeing
Matt Walsh made me laugh so hard.
I love
Oh my
seeing
Walsh is
gosh.
pretty good in
them,
it.
and then Michael Knowles and Brett Cooper getting progressively more diverse as like each time they were shown on screen was really fucking funny. But
It had
yeah.
some good things, but
I'll tell you what, surprisingly, the only thing I watch on Disney Plus religiously, I let my kids watch it, Bluey.
Which is
I don't know
not
what that
Disney
is.
by default. It's
No, it's not. Disney didn't make it. It's just on Disney Plus. They bought it, but
Ooh.
I fucking love Bluey. It is
I'm
like
gonna ask you-
conservative household. Leftists hate it. It's
Also, the Clarence Thomas documentary was really freaking awesome.
yeah. I
watched
love
that
Clarence
twice.
Thomas. Okay, but yes. Till next
Llama,
time. Till
before you
April.
go,
Everyone have a fantastic fucking night. Conda, I'll probably see you Friday for some fucking golfing holes.
Yes,
and balls.
so they may not do Golf Friday. They may do something different. Noobs is going
Oh.
to take a poll.
Maybe.
But,
yeah. Let's just all vote for golf anyway.
The before you go, Llama, I gotta ask, since we're on a Disney hate trip, what do you think of Deadpool and Ryan Reynolds mentioning pegging is not new to him, but it is new to Disney?
I love Deadpool, and if Ryan Reynolds is in it, it's not woke. I don't know what to say.
No,
I'm
there's
excited for
blood in it, and one of the first lines he says is one of the Disney guys from the Disney Plus series, the Loki series, show up, and they pull out like chalk sticks, and he goes, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, guys! Pegging is not new to me, so if you're trying to threaten me with this, it's not going to work." But it is new to Disney, and that is the very first thing Deadpool says in the trailer.
Yeah, it was for 3.
Yeah, Deadpool 3, and there's a lot of blood in it, and the
Wow.
F-bomb does get dropped. So I'm curious what Disney's going to do.
I
with
mean,
this.
Deadpool isn't
It's
exactly
gonna be
a
trash, man.
clean
It's
movie.
the different
so-
that what sets the Deadpool 3 apart from the rest. Notice they didn't release the Red Band trailer.
Fair enough.
They're holding
That is
something
true.
back. And
We'll
tonally,
see.
like tonally, it was a lot different than the other two. Like there was just something that was off about
So
it.
we're gonna have
Like, I
to.
don't
You have to
know.
also take into consideration the other big name in it is Hugh Jackman, and I don't know his
Yes.
politics. I know Ryan
I
Reynolds'
love Hugh
politics. I know he's
Jackman.
conservative. I
Oh
do
my
not know
gosh.
I do not know Hugh Jackman. They pulled him out of retirement for this. So
Ryan Reynolds is conservative. What?
yeah, it's pretty wild. You should see he is actually coming out with a movie. It's called If.
Right, he's
Imaginary
normal.
Friends.
Yeah,
It
imaginary
fucking-
friend.
It looks it looks actually really cute and doesn't have a lot of
Conservative
woke
celebrity
nonsense.
Canadian. The world's ending.
That's
Yeah.
scary.
Okay, that was
Well,
the
I
last
think a
question.
lot of-
Fuck you guys. I'm leaving.
Apparently,
Later,
he's a
Llama.
longtime friend of Ivanka Trump.
Love you guys.
Jackman.
Have a great fucking night, chat.
Great meeting
Appreciate
you.
it. Nice to meet you.
I don't know. Someone said once that if you don't know someone's politics in Hollywood, they're conservative.
That seems to
Fair
be the
enough.
trend, huh?
Yeah.
So
Although
I-
people thought that about Taylor Swift, and look what happened. So I don't
I
know.
never thought her politics.
Is that her
were
true politics, or
conservative.
is that what she's being told to say?
That's
Going a
that's
little
a fair
conspiracy.
thing. Yeah.
I mean, George Soros bought out her music, so
Could be because yeah, she went from like saying absolutely nothing to being like one of the most outspoken freaking people in Hollywood.
Oh,
I mean,
so
I have
when's
no
the
facts to
timing?
back this. I have no facts to back this, but George Soros bought her music, and he was not going to make a profit off the music because he spent so much money on it. So, did he buy it for profit, or did he buy it for control? And at the same time, she's now coming out being political all of a sudden. So, there's my conspiracy thought for the night.
Oh shit! I had all kinds of conspiracy shit when I started seeing the like. It was on a completely different line, but I was. So what? I don't even. I have her name muted on Twitter and her boyfriend's name muted on Twitter, and it was like within the first 2 days. Because all my conspiracy was he was like one of the shot guys, right? He was one of the people promoting that stuff, and I'm like, she's like a gift to him as like to promote this shit, whatever for his thank you for it's along the lines of you're talking about that the what's his name Soros bought her music and then control and all that stuff. Something along those lines is it just felt weird, it felt artificial. and I blocked it almost immediately. By the way, I've actually met George Soros.
Really?
Yes.
You still have a soul?
It was at some random ass event in New York. I did consulting back in the 90s for it was early 2000s for a organization in Belgium. I did some like pro bono stuff for it. It was called the International Crisis Group, and we did some pro bono IT consulting. And as part of that, we got a invite to an award ceremony for and that ended up being George Soros's thing. So we ended up being there to this award ceremony, and all these people, I'm a no name, and I like just some IT dude, and they all come over. All these people are like, "Who are you?" Because they think I'm somebody special. I'm like, "Oh, I just did some consulting," and literally, I saw people's faces, like all these hot women, all these celebrities, all these people are coming over to me, like, "Who's this new guy?" I was young at the time, and as soon as I said who I was, they literally turned around and walked the other direction. I'm like, holy fuck. That was the most hilarious shit. I'm like, and it wasn't like I met and hung out and had brandy with him.
Wait, what did you say? Like, just that you're a consultant?
Yeah, I was a consultant. And because
what a bunch of fake. Wow.
No, and it was because and I didn't meet him. I'm like, I shook his hand. We got in line and shook his hand, and it was the first woman president of Liberia was being honored there, and I shook her hand. Like it was like literally, it was like, hey, how you doing? And we got in line and met people, but it was the funniest experience because all these people gathering around the table, like, who is this important person? Who is this? And then all of a sudden, like, literally, they just turned around mid-conversation and just left. And
Did you feel like the darkness was being lifted when they turned away from you?
I was so naive.
Like the demons just had no use for you at that point.
This was 20 plus years ago. And I'm like, holy fuck, I was so naive to this shit. Because like everybody's just like, I'm around the wealthiest and most powerful, like the WEF people all over the place. The people I was dealing with over in Belgium were like getting off of phone calls with the UN secretary and shit to come talk to me. But it was like, I was doing nothing important. I was doing IT consulting for them. And it was just the most bizarre thing, the way they treated you once they realized you weren't one of them.
Yep.
And it was
Thank
funny
God.
because my business partner was up there too, and she was black. And she and the president of Liberia were the only people in the whole entire festivities that were black. And like it was all white people in this thing, these liberal white folks. And it was just hysterical the way they all behaved. And it was bizarre. It was a wake-up call. Definitely. By the way, AirConda, nice to meet you. I'm Shane.
Nice to meet you, Shane. I wasn't supposed to be on tonight, but I had a talk with my wife, and I was like, "This is the last pirate panel until April, so I should show up at least for a little bit." But Shane, it's nice to meet you. Definitely, actually, if you can send me your channel, I don't think I'm following you yet.
I don't have anything. This is my first time ever being on any of these things. Like I was on a libertarian podcast a while, or not a podcast, but I was interviewed by a libertarian on Twitter a while back, but that's basically it. This is my first time ever on anything like this. So,
well, it's a pleasure to meet you, especially the fact that I met somebody that has an inside look into George Soros and his lackeys that surround him.
Oh, I've got the most bizarre and blessed life in the universe for an old redneck that grew up in Western PA and now is in North Alabama. The people I've rubbed shoulders with, like two companies ago, I like worked for Obama appointees. Like I've worked around some of the most powerful, wealthy, well-known, connected people in the world as like this secret conservative. It's like it exposes me to the most bizarre shit. And now I'm exposed, and hopefully nobody sees, but that it's crazy. This is why I go by Liberty Toad on Twitter, is because like if yeah, it's bizarre. The stuff that I've been exposed to, nationally and internationally, is just bizarre.
I gotta ask, since you were the secret conservative in all this, there was a story told by Gabriel Iglesias, aka Fluffy, that his bus driver was this somebody from Alabama driving his bus and was this conservative dude. It's not you, is it?
No, I'm a transplant. I grew up in Western PA, spent 20 years there, 20 years in DC, and evacuated here. Yeah, I didn't move. I didn't move out of the DC area. I evacuated. So.
I mean, I'm a Northeast transplant myself. I'm from Maine originally. Now I've spent the last, it'll be 8 years and wait, was it 2017 is when I got here? Yeah, it'll be 7 years in April. I'll be down here in Georgia, and I spent 7 years in Virginia before that.
What part of Georgia?
Middle Georgia.
Okay, I'm in North Alabama, Huntsville.
Huntsville. I've been to Huntsville. I've been there's an army base near Jackson, Alabama. Jackson, Alabama. I've been out there many times.
Well, Huntsville's in North Alabama. It's like an hour and a half south of Nashville, and Redstone Arsenal's here. The Army, the Missile Defense Agency, NASA, Army Space Missile Command, and actually, if it goes through, it'll be Space Force headquarters.
Oof, Space Force.
Yeah. So there's a lot of Space Force folks here. My daughters were actually Space Force. Some of the first round of Space Force ROTC, JROTC in the high school here, I forced my daughters to be in JROTC. They hate me for it, but but it was Air Force before, and then it became Space Force. It was the first Space Force JROTC. So
I'm trying to remember what the Army base. I was in Jackson, Alabama. I have been to Huntsville, and I don't remember when or why. In Huntsville, Alabama.
I don't I can't remember where all the bases are in Alabama.
Yeah.
There's one down in Enterprise. There's like several things in South Alabama, and I think there's an Air Force base down there somewhere. I don't know exactly all the stuff, but Redstone Arsenal is an Army.
Anniston is the Army base I'm thinking of. Anniston.
Okay.
We got a shout out to Mr. Cage. Hello, how are you tonight? Please don't die on my stream.
Don't get all choked up over it.
I am.
Yeah, I just followed you on Twitter. I get prepared for some wild shit. So.
He's just like
I appreciate the follow back, Shane. If you are a Pro 2A, you're gonna see a lot of the most Pro 2A bullshit you're gonna pop out in your timeline too. So it's fair warning to you.
Every day. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm very hardcore pro. And I was just saying earlier, one of my buddies in New York City, he just got shouted out by the Hodge twins, and he's facing 16 years for his hobby, his gun hobby. He's a software engineer in New York City, and he was on with do you know what Dana Losh? Do you know who she is?
Yes, I know who Dana Losh is.
Yeah, she just interviewed him. He's like Spike Cohen was just tweeting him out today. Dexter Carter up there. Look it up. This dude is literally he's a software engineer. He does like ham radio stuff. He was in Brooklyn, and his story, he just started doing hobby gun stuff, and all of a sudden the ATF, like the FBI and the NYPD, barged down with lasers all over the place. And now he's facing 16 years.
What was his hobby, if you don't mind me asking?
What's that?
What was his hobby, if you don't mind me asking?
Building guns. He just started building guns.
Is he a 3D printer by any chance?
No, he didn't. He wasn't even doing 3D. He just bought parts off the internet, and they found his name off the thing, and then arrested him for like unlicensed guns.
You know, I was thinking that California would be the closest thing to communistic Russia. But I'm starting to think New York is getting closer to that.
Oh, New York's awful.
This guy's case is monumental. I'm gonna put his logo is Carbon Mike.
It needs to go to the Supreme Court.
It does.
This is literally the guy here. It was funny because he's getting lots of notoriety now. He was just on one of his Twitters that or one of his spaces that what the hell is the guy from oh shit. Don't get old, guys. Kyle
Rittenhouse
just came onto one of his podcasts and was talking and followed him. I mean, he's just like the coolest dude. The case is exploding now, thankfully, because a couple of months ago nobody knew about him. I was talking to him the other day, and before all this stuff blew up, and his case is absolutely insane. He's literally facing like 16 years, and they offered him like 8 years just to as a plea deal. And he's a software engineer. He trains pigeons. Like he's just a completely,
he's not political in any way. He's just a blue collar worker.
No, white collar. Like, I mean, he's a software engineer. He does like ham radio stuff.
They're trying to scare people.
Well, you got to think about this. There's I don't know if you guys saw the post I made a long time, or I say a long time ago. It was this week. There's a guy in Massachusetts that was robbing FedEx trucks of guns and selling them to people. He was a FedEx delivery driver, and he was taking the guns out of his truck that people order from like gun manufacturers or gun websites. That, by the way, guys, when you order online, you still have to go through the same goddamn background check as you go to a brick and mortar store to order a gun. Because the gun gets shipped to a store of your choice. You show up at that store, you fill out the same form everybody else does to get a background check. So this bullshit about online sales don't get background check is load of shit. Anyway, so this FedEx driver was taking these guns, stealing them off his own truck, and selling them to other people in Massachusetts. And this is from the own .gov website, the Department of Justice website, saying he got hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. He got like I should have pulled this up. You made me think of this, Shane, when you mentioned it. My brother and I were talking about it recently. Yeah, here we go. He is now so a Middleborough, Mass man was sentenced to 6 days in prison for stealing and selling 3 firearms for FedEx packages he was responsible for delivering. The government recommended sentence was 10 months in prison. And he's now only served 6 days in prison with, I think it was like 2 years of parole. So your guy who's just building guns as a hobby, you said 16 years in prison is what he's facing, right?
Yeah.
And this guy who stole guns from a FedEx truck to illegally sell them to people served 6 days in prison.
Yeah, it was
And
Nato
that's
says Kyle should become a rapper under the name Spittin' House.
Spittin' House. And if you guys are not waking up when these pro anti-2A people come out here and says we need more gun control. So you got a guy like Shane's friend who's facing 16 years in prison for just building guns as a hobby, and I'm sure he did everything legally, building them as a hobby.
Yeah, 15 years. Sorry, it was
15 years. I'm sorry, 15
I just
years.
I just posted it in the chat there that the Hodge twins posted out the Spike Cohen article. But this is my buddy, is Dexter Taylor. Sorry. He's 15 years, and he was sitting there listening to a freaking like books on. If you hear him talk about it, it's like he heard things and saw laser beams and people were, and he was listening to like some books on tape or whatever thing, and they came in the middle of the night and like barged down his house. It's nuts.
And he's a black guy, so apparently he's not black to them now. He's now white.
So this is the thing that people don't realize is we think it's a racial thing. It's an ideology thing.
It is.
Is this guy was because they want people terrorized by things. They don't want people defending themselves, right? They don't want this stuff. This is the most insane case that it's absurd. Like, they found his name off of parts lists for like gun, because he basically fabricated stuff. And what's crazy, there were all these leftists on his page because of this, all the notoriety that he's getting. And they're like, well, you are making ghost guns. And like, all this fucking rhetoric was nonsensical. And like, he's literally like just a software developer, engineer guy like me, that enjoys things. Like, he trains pigeons. He's like a ham radio. He's just figured he likes
a geek.
different hobbies. What's that?
He's a geek.
Yes. And like he went to Rikers.
This is going to be a huge case.
This is monstrous. And what was funny is because I actually met him through Sunny, through her spaces. And then, I spent the afternoon chatting with him, talking to him outside and talking about his case and just talking about all kinds of stuff. He's just an average geeky guy like me, and he's literally being, if this is the point that we need to understand, is none of this shit is about race. They use race as a fig leaf. It's about,
I mean, you're
ideology.
Preaching to the choir here, bro.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I understand.
I don't think anyone here thinks this is about race.
No, what all I'm saying is I'm talking to the people who may pass this video is like may see this thing. Is this stuff is about pure ideology.
Yep.
100%. And if it's crazy, but
they don't like
glad
that we're armed and they want us to be afraid so that we don't do what he's doing, which
100%.
anything wrong with what he's doing, but
yeah,
this is bullshit.
The freaking nicest guy on the freaking planet, like just smartest dude. Like he's going. He's got a spaces that I would be on if I wasn't here right now. But like this is lots and lots of stuff going on.
I'm sorry, this made me laugh.
No worries.
I'm like, what am I clicking on? And it's just funny.
Yeah, so this is the link I provided for Shane's friend, who's a server engineer who's facing 15 years in prison for building guns as a hobby, and they're accusing him of ghost guns. This guy stole 3 guns from his own delivery truck to sell to unknown people, and he's only faced 6 days in prison when the recommended sentence was only 10 months in prison. And this is from what is this, the Department of Defense? Yes, justice.gov. So it's just a Department of Justice website. Our own department. I'm sorry, United States.
But it's in Massachusetts though.
Fair enough.
But
and I missed that.
But all this stuff is about terrorizing the citizens to beg government to protect them.
Yes.
And this is fundamentally what you see is anybody terrorizing citizens is okay. Anybody defending themselves is bad.
Yes.
Because this is fundamentally like my wife, a Peruvian, she just talked about one of her friends who's in Peru, who her daughter is up in New York going to school up there. And she was like, what was the word for it? Because she was asking me about this thing. And she was like, that her young daughter is up there. And she was like, this anarchy up there. She was like, she wants her to get her education done up there and get out of there because it's anarchy. And my wife was asking me, because English is her second language. And she was asking me, what is anarchy? What does that mean? And I was like, this really isn't anarchy. This is what communists want. They want an unarmed populace because the safest place in America was the Wild West. Everybody was armed and everybody was polite. Nobody, you know, it
Mhm.
was actually very low crime rate when everybody is armed. And I want to see everybody armed. And this is anarcho-communism, which is they want everybody terrified and begging for government to solve their problems and begging for government to help you.
It's all about getting rid of our freedom.
100%. And this is why you got folks like Dexter getting 15 years and FedEx dude getting out the next day. Like, Dexter probably spent more time in Rikers than FedEx dude did. Crazy. And this is why I am hammered so hard and so passionate about all this, the stuff that I see over here. And the reason is because I'm about, about winning, not necessarily being about right. Like, I want to be right at the end of the day, not along the way. There are
Well, you want to strategize.
Strategy. I want to be more Sun Tzu, more understanding this thing is like, I will stop and not interject, like the fact of don't interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake, just to be right, right? Like when the enemy is just completely screwing up and you jump in and like, well, actually, you become the story and not the train wreck that's happening. Because, I was listening to like one of the things that I for example, I was listening to Sonny's Corner today, and she was like, Joe Biden is one of the most successful presidents of our lifetime, right? And I'm like, what is she saying that for? It was like, what is your life? He's gotten everything that he wanted, right? He's been successful. He's gotten what he wanted. How is your life? He's successful in what he wants. And our economy is a shit storm. People can't afford to buy food or rent. He's successful. Let's actually point out the fact that he's getting exactly what he wants. What you're experiencing is success for him, right? Let's not call him a doddering idiot. He's successful.
Let's be real, though. Success in the Democratic Party is doing what they want you to do.
Well, but that was her point in this.
Yeah.
Is point out that they are successful.
You're not allowed to have a mind of your own if you want a career with the Democrat Party. A lot of people don't know that. It's so funny, and I've said this before, people who got angry about Bernie Sanders losing to Hillary, they're like, oh, well, they stole that from her. And it's like,
we need to wake up
from him. And it's like, you guys don't know how your own party works in the primaries.
We actually suffer from the same thing, though. This is the problem that I'm realizing. Like,
our selection process is different.
Well, there's a lot of things that are different, but
like the Democratic Party, legit. It's plain as day. They have a big say in who gets the candidacy. It's not just votes.
However, somebody pointed this out, and it all made sense. I don't know if like the
no. Tell me how the Republicans work, because you're saying that they're the same.
But no, I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying that they're different.
I think you're going into a different topic from the simple thing that I stated. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We're in the defining term stage right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's possible.
My point is that the Democratic primary process is different, whereas the Republican is actually a democracy, and that's the irony. So that's how Trump got the candidacy. But that's also why Bernie did not get the candidacy. And people don't understand that the two systems are different.
I disagree with that.
Pro-democracy people vote Democrat.
I disagree with the last point, or one of the points that you mentioned, though.
Which one?
About why Trump won.
Straight up votes in the primary.
What? No.
How did he become the candidate?
The issue is I don't think we realize how much we are manipulated in that process.
No. You're talking about psychological warfare.
Yes, 100%.
I'm talking about going into the voting booth and pulling the lever or punching a whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the stuff that goes behind getting a candidacy. I'm talking about the mechanical part of getting it, the voting process. The Democratic Party has a part in their process where they ultimately have the say for the candidate. It's not a democracy, whereas the Republican is. Now, the manipulation, the psychological manipulation, that's a different story. And yes, that happens 100%. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
5 people go in the booth and vote yes. 5 people vote no. It's that simple.
Well, however, I don't think we realize how much in the selection of candidates that we get to select that is tailored.
The voting process isn't tailored for the Republicans, but like the bullshit that goes behind, like manipulating us into who to pick, 100%. There's so much BS in the Republican Party right now. But at the end of the day, when you vote primaries, there is not a formal part within the Republican voting system where they make the final decision.
All I'm saying is none of this matters.
It does to the point I was making earlier.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you were scrolling away and I was trying to rein you in so I wasn't being ignored.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I will stomp you down when you do that. If I'm like, halt, there's a reason you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
right,
perfectly, 100%.
What are you doing, bro?
What am I doing?
Ryan, did you change your hair?
He looks different and looks good. I want to compliment him for that.
Man.
No homo.
It's okay.
All the homo.
Yeah, the hair game's strong. The hair game's strong.
You looking good, man. You're looking handsome. Wow. Must be a different angle. So we have a private chat. And this is what was going on this whole time.
I didn't want to interrupt the discussion you and Shane were having, but Ryan,
I've been growing it out.
Different. He looks good. I want to let him know.
You haven't figured it out. Okay.
But
sorry, it's
to
just
go
it's
back.
precious. Thank you.
I would love to be able to see the chat, but when I pulled the chat up, like I said, I've got a boomer computer, and I pulled it up on the other screen, and my PC rebooted. So
we're looking at the private chat here in StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard. It's not on a streaming chat.
Yeah, they're not. They're not flirting with each other in the live chat.
Okay.
Or you drop the link to your friend on Hodge Twins.
Okay, I got you. But I was trying to look at the streaming chat, and in my whole computer rebooted. So
Yowza. Oh my gosh.
I got a boomer computer, seriously.
He's trying to get me to ooh-woo. I'm not going to ooh-woo.
Ooh-woo. Sorry.
I don't know what that means.
Y'all.
You don't want to know what that means.
I've seen it before, and I like.
Just tell them. Come on.
What
I
is
usually
it?
like Google stuff, and I'm like trying to figure it out, but.
Ooh-woo's like the Japanese anime girl, I'm in love with you sound. That's the way my take is on it.
Okay. It's close to that.
They're flirting with
like
you.
That really sexy, cutesy thing that a lot of VTubers do it.
Okay.
These 40-year-old people are doing.
Know the reference. And I probably, if I were to guess, I would probably explain it the way, or like at least attempt to explain it the way you did. So it makes sense to me.
It's to appeal to men who can't find real women. Let's just put it that way. Yeah.
There you go.
The childish, girlish voice.
Okay.
Men that are afraid of legit mature women that can actually put them through the ringer.
You're really good at that, Ryan.
It's the Japanese.
Do you have an OnlyFans?
It's become my reputation with
Juice?
golf and friends.
I better watch it. Someone's
Should actually, that's a good idea.
An Only Juice?
Yeah, you make some good money on it.
No, there would be a market for that. There's like isn't there like a big dating site for Jews, like Jews only? I don't know what it's called, but I heard about that. I was like, really?
The dating site is from the sea to the river. That's what the dating site is.
Only Jews. I don't know. Do Jewish people have
Only
a
Jews.
preference for porn? Like they prefer Jew porn over?
Jew porn.
I should not be.
As long as there's a
venturing down
dreidel
this path.
involved, they're okay. Make sure the dreidel's there.
Interesting story.
Wow.
In DC,
You always have to wear that yarmulke. You can't wear anything else.
In DC, when I lived in DC, I lived in like an 80% Orthodox Jewish neighborhood, and I mean it was really hardcore.
We have that here. Yeah,
Orthodox Jewish. Like when I told anybody where I lived, they were like, they always like asked me if I was Jewish, and because it was like
because of where you lived.
It was very, very like no cars, very Orthodox.
Yeah, we have a community of Orthodox here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in one of the northern suburbs in Detroit, and then the Muslims are down in the southern part. That's really kind of funny.
Well, my neighbor was Palestinian. They're great, beautiful family, but it was like Palestinian in a big Jewish neighborhood. Because there are a bunch of synagogues that everybody could walk during. That's
funny.
But
yeah, like my ex-boyfriend liked going to estate sales, and so we'd go to some estate sales in that area, that neck of the woods, and like he explained to me why some houses had 2 or 3 kitchens, and I'm like, what? For real? Like,
yeah, that blew my mind. I was like,
yeah,
several sets of silverware and all this stuff.
And
like,
a lot of these people were, oh gosh, they were hoarders. Holy wow. Dude, massively rich people who just like their houses were crap because they just hoarded everything. Wow.
Well, this was a wealthy community just because of where it was, but it was more of a middle class. Like it was more like middle class, wealthy, like saving your money, living very
not $500,000 homes or $1 million homes.
Well, it was $500,000 homes, but that was like.
See, that's not middle class here.
But I mean, these were 60-year-old homes, like old, split level, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1.5 bath places. That was just DC. I mean. $500,000 homes were.
I could not live in DC. I drove out there for a conference, and
it's a hellscape. It's a hellscape.
It had like businesses closed really early, and I was out there for an entire week, and man, driving's not fun there for sure. It's a parking lot.
I drove 15 miles each way, and it was a 2-hour commute.
Oh my gosh, it's faster to take a bike. Holy crap.
And I the first year I went voting there, there was like this big roster thing that they were voting, and they wrote your name into this big tablets, and they had one for Democrats, one for Republicans, and one for independents. I was an independent, and they had like pages and pages that they'd written names on the Democrats. There were 4 or 5 names on the first page of Republicans, and I was like the 5th name on an independent. And it was like, there were pages. I mean, it was like 99% Democrat.
Yeah.
It was so bizarre. Like the most, it was,
they can keep their cities, man. They're not fun places.
This was where I realized the only conservative people I knew. And this was what put me down the rabbit hole of this whole race thing, is because the only people that I could even fathom to be around were black people. Because the white liberals were just made my ears bleed.
I've dealt with some here. They're awful.
And this was the thing that, like, literally, if it was either immigrants or black people were the only people that were conservative in these areas. And I was like, holy shit, why are you guys voting Democrat? Like, this was the thing. It was like, I went down this rabbit hole. Like, why do you keep voting Democrat? Like, because y'all are racist. And I'm like, and I started listening to, I mean, like, and for 20 years, I was like, y'all are insane. I used to use the Democrat plantation rhetoric, get off the plantation, all this shit. But then when I started to listen and started to hear some of the stuff and that was where I was like, holy fuck. It does sound like to the outsider, all the stuff, it's not the four of us that people are hearing on loudspeaker
in their cities. Yeah.
Yeah. It is the Charlie Kirks. And
that's one of the things that I've pushed with before is the rest of America isn't like your city. And I have told people that.
Yeah.
Because they think everyone is like their city. Thank God we're not. And then foreigners are like, I don't know how you can live in America. It's dangerous. Actually, it's not. I mean, the city is yes, but you come to my town, it's the safest place you can be. And everyone has guns and Trump signs out front.
And this is what's so funny is because I have such a wild ass take from most people because I'm literally coming from like a completely right wing angle, redneck. This is how I grew up. I'm okay with that perspective on things. Like there was there was an Obama movie. What the hell was it called? I watched it on Netflix.
Oh, you're talking about the like the Civil War, like all white people are evil movie?
No, it was something like The End of Time or something. It was So there was this is the funny thing is this was my take on that movie because I spent so much time in liberal America. And there was and I'm looking at this, I'm watching this movie, and I'm like, holy fuck, this is the way white liberals act.
Yeah.
This is the exposure that most Black Americans get to white people is white liberals.
We were talking about one time, and one of the ladies who's part of my community, I know her through Destiny, she's from New York. I mean, she has the accent and everything. She's awesome, but she lives in Missouri now. And one day she did comment. She says, "Oh no, people in New York City are really racist." I'm like, really? Because
this is the thing that I would love to be able to put in a chip to conservatives' brains to realize the experience that I've had. Like I said, I've had the most odd experience. Like I met George Soros. I travel with and I work with like Obama appointees and crazy shit. But if I could put a chip into people's brains and get them to realize when you hear a lot of Black Americans talking, they're talking about white liberals. And we hear them talking about us because I watched that movie the way a lot of conservatives, very different. Because I watched that movie, that Obama movie, and I'm like, holy fuck, they're really insulting the shit out of white liberals.
Yep.
Because literally that, if you look at it, the movie through that lens, the only character in that movie that had any damn sense was the conservative character that was played by Kevin Bacon. Like, he was the only person with any sense. They tried to make him look bad, but to me, I'm like, holy shit, he was the only person that actually figured out what was going on and knew. I'm like, they're literally criticizing not white people, they're criticizing white liberals. And if we realize that shit,
well, then maybe what we need to start saying is, go in there and correct them and be like, you mean white liberals.
But part of this is we need to understand.
It is something though that everyone needs to be educated on too, even Black people. We can't just look. Every time you let something go on forever, the pendulum will swing really hard in the other direction. People need to actually understand what's being said and what they're saying. And this discussion does need to happen in the Black community. They need to understand that it's the white liberals they have an issue with, and the white conservatives also have an issue with them for the same reason.
100%. The only issue that I have is that the pendulum is not swinging the other direction. This pendulum is swinging further.
Oh, it'll swing back eventually. Yeah, it may not be in our. No. It may not be in our lifetime. I mean, don't tell me it's not going to swing back. It will.
Well, yes.
But if you want to fix a problem, you have to fix the communication. That's really what it comes down to. And you're onto it. You're 100% onto the issue there.
And my only thing is all of this, the current iteration of discussion is just pushing us further left because we're losing more because of it, because our numbers are dwindling, right? Mm-hmm. Because people that look like my children are outnumbering us. right? There's a lot of folks that are, and it's, so not only that, the conservative folks are not only alienating black folks, they're alienating conservative women, right? They're alienating the shit out of everybody. Our rhetoric is nonsensical.
I get the woman thing. Trust me, I've seen a lot of
and this is so what you're seeing.
I'm not going to vote Democrat because of it, because I'm not stupid, and I'm saying it. I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not voting Democrat. But
I understand,
dude, the hate towards women is bullshit. It is absolute bullshit. These guys need to pull their heads out of their asses.
So think about it this way: you already know better, right? So you know people that don't think this way. What about the folks? If you're marketing,
because I get out of my house and I talk to people.
Well, but there are entire populations of Americans that have. So you know who Kim Klacik is?
Yes, she's awesome.
All right, so case in point, right? So she went door to door and was like, "Would you consider voting Republican?" Like, I don't know, I've never met one. Right? So there are entire zip codes where people have never met a Republican face to face.
Yep.
Right? So you're expecting them to have the same level of knowledge you have. So imagine you've never met a Republican before. You don't know what Republican stands for. You only know what you've been told. And they start spewing the anti-woman rhetoric. And you're like, what is wrong with these people? I've been told that that they hate me. And then the first thing I hear is hateful rhetoric. Like, wow, I'm not even getting any further to understand more about what you believe in. And that's the point that we're dealing with right now in certain areas, in certain places, is that they don't have that basis of knowledge that you already have so that you know.
I think that gives you a pass to a degree, because I mean, come on, dude, we're connected. We are. And yeah, I'll take the pat on the back, because I actually am engaged and I do care about learning about things, which I recognize most people aren't interested in learning anything. They just go about like zombies in their lives.
Yeah.
But we are so freaking connected. It's not even funny. And just in the gaming community alone, it's amazing the diverse group of people I've encountered. Thousands of people I've met.
Yeah.
People from New York City, people from Texas, people from Arizona, everywhere, just through gaming alone. And the interesting thing about gaming is people come together and they learn that, oh, we're not really that different. We just, like to play the same game. You might suck at what you're doing, and then they allow the politics to cloud their judgment. Then they start to forget the person that they just met. And they decide to project onto that person instead of actually pay. So the issue, I mean, there has to be some ownership here. So yes, you can go out and knock on doors, and that has to be done. It absolutely has to be done. But we also, again, we need to shed light on the situation with these people. You can't go through life with the blinders on. You can't.
I disagree with that.
I mean, you can if you want.
No, and I do from the standpoint of you don't, like, if you're trying to sell a product to a customer, and part of the sales process is to insult your customer and saying you need to just be a better person.
I don't want to just sell an election to somebody. We need to fucking fix our society. So the question is, at what point do you come in and actually have the real discussion? I'm not yelling at you personally.
No, yell, please. I love yelling.
We dance around the issues every election cycle, and nothing gets fixed because of it. And we're going further and further to the left. And I understand, like, wanting to shake things up on Twitter, like Sonny's strategy. I get it. But at the same time, when you have that much of a following, you need to talk about the reality of the situation. You do. I
used to think that.
Program them. Do it.
I used to think that.
Does she ever say that the issue is with white liberals? Does she ever say
100%,
that?
100%. Yes.
Okay. Well, then she's doing it. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, the issue is her venom is towards Charlie Kirk.
Which is fine. That guy's a jackass.
100%. Her venom is towards what she calls blackface Republicans.
What
that
is a
aren't
blackface
out-
Republican?
So people who basically are hired to insult Black America, right?
Okay.
Hired to go out and say, y'all need to get off the Democrat plantation, right?
Yeah, and that
Same
should never
thing,
be said. That's
right?
ridiculous.
So these are the people that are paid by the Republican Party. They're not respected.
So does she have a list of who these people are?
Candace Owens,
Interesting.
Ooh.
Brandon Tatum,
Who?
Ooh.
Brandon Tatum. What's this guy? She calls him Sausage Fingers on the Blaze.
I hate the Blaze.
What the hell is his name?
Blazing Saddles.
What's the name?
No, I'm sorry. I was saying some bullshit. Don't ignore me.
No, but so we hear what these people are saying. We like, yeah, right? But
I like a lot of what Candace says, and I don't like some of what she says.
What-
And
so
Tatum
this-
says a lot of great stuff too. So,
and I came in to the process.
but
thinking
again,
the same thing.
the issue is people want to look through a certain lens.
So
I feel like there's a one-way street going on here, not between us, but like it,
No,
it seems
it's
like
not-
they're
I used
allowed
to
to
think
say
that as
things
well.
about white people, and we're supposed to know it's not about us. But like, Black people can't say things about Black people when it is true about some of them.
so you're talking right and wrong and things like that. I'm talking strategy. I'm talking
It's because I have a moral code. I'm not saying
I
you have a
understand
moral
that,
code,
but all I'm saying is that
see, and I'm not against
progressive-
strategy, and I do get it. I do get it. I understand what you're saying.
it-
But
progressives
at
created
what
the game
point-
plan.
At what point do we fix
progressives
it?
created the board and the rules, and
I
we
don't-
are reactionary towards.
I
all
don't
of
think
those
Owens and Tatum are plants, though. I think they're two people who actually do. Honestly, they talk like they're middle class people.
Candace
don't
Owens
have-
Candace Owens. Do you know how she? Do you know where she started? She is not a conservative.
Is she?
Let me just-
Well, I know she's not conservative. I know her
Yeah.
backstory.
She is a grifter. She is a grifter that will say things bad about the Black community for clicks. This is my point: is that like she is not respected in the community.
I'm
at
not
all.
willing to defend her fully, but I'm also not willing to condemn her because
I'm not condemning her. I'm just saying that this.
I
is-
don't fully accept the character assassination. Is what I'm saying.
Well, being a grifter, maybe grifter is she's making money off.
I
of the
think she
thing that
really
she's
believes
doing.
in what she's saying.
What's that?
I think she really believes in what she's saying. She's been very consistent. Yeah, she went from a lefty to a righty, but then are we going to call everyone who does that a grifter? Because it seems like that's what we're doing.
So here's an example, Blexit, right?
Yes.
So if you look under the covers and you talk to people who have been involved in these movements and you see the character of the individual in these movements, she lied about all of it.
What did she lie about?
Blexit, the audience was all white people. It was never engaging Black people. She was never reaching out to people. We were being lied to about it all. I know.
So what was
people
she doing? Like, what was her strategy?
Get clicks from white conservatives to say, "Yay, we got a Black person that
So
agrees with us."
really,
I'm
she
sorry,
didn't
but that's
have
what it was.
she didn't have a ground campaign. She was just doing everything online.
What's that?
She didn't have like a ground game. She was just doing everything online.
No, she was being paid by TPUSA, by Charlie Kirk's thing,
Yes.
and then the Daily Wire. She was being paid for all of this stuff.
During Blexit, she was being paid by Daily Wire.
TPUSA.
They're not the same entity.
So Blexit in itself was a grift. Lots of white conservatives pouring money.
But I'm
into this.
asking for evidence basically of why it's a grift. That's why I'm asking pointed questions.
There were no results. Okay, so
I mean, that's just a shitty run organization if there's no results.
yeah, all I'm saying is that I don't believe that she really wants to do the things that she's saying she's doing.
Okay, that's an opinion.
I've seen no evidence of. I'm not here. Like, she made lots of money. She married a very wealthy person.
Yep.
And has kids. Good for her.
Yep.
I'm a capitalist. She made money doing the thing. I'm me calling her a grifter.
I just think that people hate her and Tatum and Larry Elder. Larry Elder is fucking brilliant. He is.
So Larry Elder got called the same shit too. It's like
Yeah,
race traitor.
the
and
white
all
face
that crap.
of
he's an
the black
person,
face
but
of
they
white.
hate him because he talks about the reality that I'm sorry, this reality is seen in certain areas, and I've seen it in Detroit when I worked for the fucking government. It's amazing what I saw, and
I've seen it as well.
unfortunately, they're grouping them all together. But then again, the issues we're seeing aren't with like West Bloomfield, north of Detroit, where you have all your rich blacks. It's the inner city where you're seeing a lot of the stereotypical stuff that's going on. So how do you address that?
How do I? I need to make sure.
I don't want to. I'm not going to hate on someone for telling the truth.
No,
the delivery
I'm not
method.
hating on them.
The delivery method could be crappy.
I'm just saying they're ineffective.
But I also, that's fine. I can agree with that. Yes.
Yeah, their money. I wish I had their cash.
I don't even care about the money. I've enjoyed all of them at times.
I'm loving this conversation, by the way. If I get heated,
I'm not going to eat
awesome.
you.
What's that?
Do that. I'm not eating you.
No, he's saying if I get heated.
No. I'm saying like this is awesome. I love this. So just in case, because sometimes I can get a little bit loud and passionate. This is when I'm having fun. So anyway, I just want to make sure.
Is it ineffective though? Because I mean,
100%.
at the time when Candace was probably having her biggest moment was during like 2020, what was it, 2020, 2021 or something like that. And like the black percent of the vote was like the highest it's ever been towards conservatives. So even if it's like Candace and like the BLM documentary that Daily Wire did, I mean, surely that stuff is having some sort of impact because the numbers are showing a huge historical shift in polls.
It wasn't her. Do you know what caused that?
How do we know it wasn't her? She's a huge influencer.
No, because she is a huge influencer in white conservative circles.
But how do we know that she didn't have any impact?
No, so okay.
You were about to say that. I wanted to make sure you got back on that track.
Sorry, what was that?
You were about to answer that question, so I was trying to get you back on that track.
Which question?
Like, how do we know she wasn't an influence on that?
Well, so let me speculate what I do believe was the influence of this, of the vote, because I believe what you're referencing is the vote, the historic increases in the votes for Donald Trump, right? So I think that's the metric that you're using to try and explain the vote, because that's not going to be the vote for Republicans. That is a vote for Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Donald Trump, but that's been a trend. I'm saying that, like, I don't remember what year it was. I don't keep track that close, but it was a trend like 2 elections in a row, though. It wasn't Trump the whole time. It was like Trump. And then the next election, the trend continued to go up. That's what I'm saying. And that's why they're saying that. That's why they're saying that the liberals are freaked out about the black population right now and trying to cater towards the LGBT and the illegals because they're losing their bread and butter right now inside the
both those issues. What you just said right there is the number one issues that are driving these things, because you know what community hates both of those issues? Black community.
Conservatives.
Well, all I'm saying is
I'm adding on to it because, like, again, this is a commonality.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the black community is ultra conservative, and we don't realize that. And we don't realize.
I've known it for a while.
Yeah.
And it's funny because when I was driving for Lyft before COVID, I sometimes would go into Detroit and pick people up, and it's amazing how many people confess to me because it felt like a confessional. They'd be like, "I love Donald Trump. I really love him, but I can't tell my family because I'm black and I'm not supposed to vote for a Republican. And it's like, dude,
There were 3 reasons. There were 3 reasons why everything that's happening to Trump is happening to him. I have a tinfoil hat theory as to why.
Is one that he's not establishment?
No, one is he started talking out against endless wars.
Yep.
That was.
He had peace in the Middle East too. That was never going to happen.
That's strike number 1. Strike number 1 was his No New Wars platform.
Yep.
2 was the immigration piece, like slowing this shit down because that was uniparty grift shit. They both won it for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
The third and the biggest fear that the Democrats had, because this is their ace card for all of this stuff. And if we understood the key to all of this stuff was the third piece of this. Is he like, what do you got to lose? He reached out for the first time to the black community.
Mm-hmm.
He was the first Republican in history to have a notable outreach towards this community. As clumsy as it was, like, people didn't realize that Jay-Z and Beyonce, was
it clumsy?
No. So before I get to the clumsy part,
okay.
He was a staple in the hip hop community. All of these anti-Trump raps that came out afterwards.
Everybody loved him before he ran. Everybody.
Jay-Z, Beyonce, everybody was at his parties.
Even Hillary Clinton.
He had rap songs about wanting to be Trump, right? Because he was kind of gangster. He had swagger. He appealed to the black community like no other. And when he came out and said that, that is why every gun was launched at him, because that threatens the entire Democrat, the entire progressive agenda is centered on this. Their mail-in vote schemes, their control of certain demographics, and all of these things. Everything that went wrong in 2020 was because their ground game is we've retreated outside of urban America by 20 to 50 miles. And we had nobody infiltrating in those places to say, no, stop this. Mm-hmm. And I'm seeing a trend in a different direction. Devio on Southside GOP, they're making great strides. Devin Jones in Chicago, I'm seeing incredible things happening right now.
Chicago's desperate.
And the issue is, and this is why you see Sunny going so hard in the paint towards people, because if you listen to her on Patriot Radio, she's been like, shut the hell up and stop with the insults. Just stop it. Like, we can fight this battle if we don't have to take the arrows in the back from you guys. Like, she is just begging to say, stop it with the insults, with the Democrat plantation rhetoric, with the why do you have to pander to these people rhetoric? Because, like, simple strategy requires tailoring messages to unique groups. And you've got to recognize unique groups.
I'm still blown away by that, just because the rhetoric is not something I hear. So it's like, it is a demographic issue. And I'm not saying white versus black. I'm saying I think there's a lot of regional issues too.
100%. Yes. Yeah. I agree. And I'm saying that the pandering message, like, every region needs to be pandered to, right? Conservatism means different things to different places. Right? If you go and say,
I don't think conducting outreach is pandering.
I agree, but it's called that by many in our camp.
Ignorant people.
Yes, and we got a lot of ignorant people, and that's what I want to change.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is the ignorant people are drowning out the sane people like you and me.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to stop that, because some of those ignorant people have banners like TPUSA, right? They've got 1 million followers, and they choose MLK Day to launch an assault on Black America,
That was so dumb.
right?
What day was
And then
this?
the next week it's something else.
Charlie Kirk being a dumbass.
And then, and this is the kind of crazy shit that drives me off my fucking rocker.
Go
Right.
ahead, Conda. You're drunk and in charge.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I'm talking. I want to hear this guy.
I was
By
gonna.
the way, cheers.
Cheers. I'm actually out of my whiskey, but cheers.
I was debating on whiskey tonight. I'm like, hell no,
So,
not my first.
I'll be
I've
drinking for the
had
next player panel.
3 Thai beers, some sake, and 4 whiskeys now. That's where I'm at right now. But what were you talking about? And I was
Pandering.
interrupting with. You were talking about MLK, right?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Just
Oh,
the
Charlie Kirk.
choice to just launch an attack that day.
So I've had like 2 moments in my entire life that I wanted to follow Charlie Kirk, and I've always backed off because honestly, I don't have a factual reason why I backed off following Charlie Kirk. Just that feeling you get.
I never liked him. Yeah.
Yeah.
In my
About the
soul,
guy that's
that's
off.
like, don't follow this guy. Don't like his tweets. Don't retweet his tweets. Don't comment on his tweets. Just don't do anything with Charlie Kirk. And I do not know why. And I know he's like a love child of Rumble, right? Well, not right now, but
Is
he
he?
has been in the past.
Oh.
And so I want Rumble to succeed in me wanted me to promote Charlie Kirk, but the me that has morals kicks back and says, do not promote Charlie Kirk. And I don't know why. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. And it's the spidey senses.
I might have muted him. I'm gonna be real.
I did too.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't like the guy.
But then that same time,
He's got a weird face.
He does.
Facts. Jeez, Ryan.
It distracts me. I look at him, he's just like me.
But it's
Little
just,
baby
it
face.
is I don't think we realize that it's a nonstop barrage from our side of things. And people look at us like hypocrites. Like we talk about J6, right? The FBI is corrupt. They're awful. And I see this, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. Like, this is the problem that I have, is now that I see it, I can't unsee it. Like, a person is quoting FBI stats and black crime stats, right? And I
That's
look,
all we've got, though.
Well, so 2 tweets earlier, I look on their timeline and I see them talking about how the FBI is corrupt and is railroading conservatives, right? And now they're tweeting the same government data. So on one thread, they're saying the government lies, the FBI hates us, the FBI came out and said white supremacy is the greatest threat to America. But then in the next threat, we're retweeting their data and saying, look at you people, you need to clean up your communities. I'm like, my head explodes when I see that. I'm like, either they're liars and corrupt, or they're honest and love us. You can't have it both ways. That's just one.
Well,
one
and again,
tiny
like,
thread.
first of all, where are you going to get that data? And also, as someone who knows about health stuff, like even the CDC is right about certain things. Of course, I know how to filter through it to figure out what's bullshit and what's not on that site. But
Health data is my thing, by the way.
health data is?
Yeah.
For me, it's pathology and treatment.
Yeah.
So,
No, I like, because I
like
work
when I
for-
had the flu the year before last is when I had the flu, so I'm good for 5 more years. Dude, it was bad. it hits hard. But like I was like, okay, I got to make sure I know what this is. So I ended up going to the CDC site because it was the only place where I could actually get a decent like side by side of the 3 different things it could be. And it definitely wasn't COVID based on the symptoms, but I needed a reference for it. And even though the CDC has pushed things that were, we'll say, inaccurate regarding that fun little virus that they released into the world, the fact is there's still viable data on that site.
So I know how the data is collected, because that's the thing is I work on the inside of HHS, CDC, VA.
And then it's
I
only
work on
reported data.
The government side, the collecting, and I understand how the data is collected.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one element of the reason why I say we should not trust it, because I understand that agendas go into that data. I understand.
Is it based on the reporting for the data?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And I don't think anyone's surprised by that.
Corruption in the reporting of data.
Yeah.
So and some of that may actually undercut what I'm saying, right? So like some of the undercutting of some of the corruption in the data, but fundamentally I'm a conservative and I believe in individuality. I believe in the individual, and I believe collectivism and the collectivization of data is commie, right? So the collectivization of data based on, like, for example, somebody puts me in a goddamn data statistic that says somebody who looks like me is more likely to be a pedophile. I'm going to say, fuck you, right? I'm going to say, fuck you 12 times and continue to say fuck you for a long time.
What about someone who looks like that?
It's
More
my
likely
point
to be a pedophile? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, but my point is that I say the same thing about when I look at FBI data about crime statistics. It is actually meaningless, because they're actually pouring in a lot of criminal elements that are dark-skinned from a lot of places. There's a lot of elements to those things that are being, and I'm not even going to argue it. Like, the data's flawed from the baseline. As a conservative, I object to your Marxist slant on your data. I don't.
How is it a Marxist slant?
What's that?
How is it a Marxist slant?
Using skin color as a determination for crime statistics. So, because
I don't think it's a determination. I think it's because then you're using it.
Adds no value. It adds no value to my argument, to anything,
all it is,
to any policy decision.
Kind of, sort of.
No, it doesn't.
Because unfortunately, in America, we have culture lines drawn along color lines. So it is okay to use data to see correlations. Now, to use that to say, oh, because you're this, then you're this, that would be wrong. But I mean, we do. We
By the
live
way,
in a
I
very
love
divided society.
I love this. If I seem so like intense and impassioned, I love this conversation.
I mean, I'm the same way.
What's that?
I said I'm the same way.
I love the pushback. I love this because this is this is what I see. Like on Mondays, Sonny calls it the Thunderdome. Like you know the reference to that Thunderdome? It's like we get in and we battle out these ideas. Is because we sit there and we talk through these things, because fundamentally we will become better because we're
at least they're being talked about. That's the big thing.
And this is awesome. And the reason I believe that is because I believe so much in the individual, and I know so many individuals that like that data means nothing. And I also know that data in itself is used in negative strategy towards conservatives.
Oh, absolutely. But absolutely everything in life can be used in negative, evil strategies. So that doesn't mean that something shouldn't be considered. And data can be useful, but I agree it shouldn't be used to pass judgment on the individual.
Using it against us.
For example, one thing that I hate is, and my state actually fought this under Jennifer Granholm and we lost in the Supreme Court, but our state took to court using credit scores to determine your auto insurance premiums. And we lost. But like credit scores shouldn't be used to determine your risk as a driver. That's crap. And yet they can do that.
I was to say they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, they can totally do that. We lost that case.
Lost in that. Okay, I got you.
I'm interested in Ryan has been quiet. AirConda has been quiet on these things. I'm interested in here. Like Dee and I have been battling out on some of these things, and we actually agree on 99.99%. This is like this. I love this discussion, and I think we need to have it. I want to hear others. Am I smoking crack here on some of these things?
What are you drinking, Conda?
I gotta go pee, by the way. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. That's what I've been doing this whole night. I drink so much water.
Whiskey burns.
The hell kind of whiskey you drinking?
76 $25 whiskey.
I almost picked up a bottle of wine and I was like, no, not this week. Just be good.
God damn, you guys even drink your politics.
Speaking of like alcohol, I'm pretty pissed off. I've been working out quite a bit lately. And I went from 190 to 204 after starting to work out.
So you're building some muscle.
I hope it's muscle because
Your
my
wife
belly
should be
says
happy.
otherwise. So the new unit,
I'm not going to answer that one. He skipped right over that.
I'm not going to answer that. No, I'm not going to answer that. The new unit I'm a part of is as much as people give the Air Force some shit, the unit I'm a part of is more combat oriented. We have a specific focus that I can't really mention. And because of that specific focus, I'm required to work out a hell of a lot more than I've worked out in my entire career in the Air Force. And I'm a little upset because I was thinking this workout should make me lose weight. I've been gaining weight and I'm sad.
Because you were a soy boy, dude. You had to put some muscle on that body.
That's what it was.
Jeez.
There was a point I was 185 or 178 pounds, and that's when I was going for EOD, and all I was doing was eating chicken wraps and salads and omelets, ham omelets, and I was working out 6 times a week. And then now, I mean, granted, I would be 37 this year.
So old.
And I thought I could do that same exact thing this time and be at the same weight bracket. No, I'm doing the same exact thing I'm doing when I was like 27, and I'm gaining weight. And I'm not happy about
experiencing age.
I am.
Yo, Conda, when's your birthday?
June
Okay.
27th.
Mine's on April 6th. Put that in your calendar. You got to clear your day.
Yeah,
Mine's in March. Look at that. We got summer, March.
We're
June.
gonna get English. We're gonna get drunk playing video games, and then we're gonna have a pirate panel.
That
and
is
it's gonna be funny because we're all gonna be.
Is on a Saturday. I can definitely do that. So
yes, it's on a Saturday. I didn't have to take it off this year.
No, so I will put that on my calendar. Actually, with that being said, I know Di posts that said I was going to be here tonight because I wasn't supposed to be here tonight. And I want this to be said to my fellow pirate panelers. This is nothing personal against you guys. I'm trying to find that healthy balance of personal life, work life, and streaming life. And it's actually proving to be a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be.
Well, when I'm asked to do this twice a month and then I post up in the Discord, is it okay if we switch this schedule? I need feedback from people.
I'm gonna admit, Di,
silence is consent, basically.
Di, this is on me. That's what I'm gonna admit right now. I'm very bad at time management, incredibly bad at time management. So I hope what I said in Discord wasn't taken personally. That was me realizing I fucked up and probably communicated that poorly. And so I told my wife, I was like, hey, this is my pirate panel until after Easter. She goes, yeah, you can get on. I'm going to go pass out anyway. I was like, all right. So I did my job. I gave her a date night. We had some good food, had some drinks, had a fire, watching a movie. She's going to go pass the fuck out. I can't sleep for shit anyway. They're still on. Let me join pirate panels so I can at least redeem myself a little bit. with the Pirate Panel.
So is twice a month good?
Yes, twice a month is good.
Okay.
I just
But we
need
have
to
to
do
do
better
first and thirds
realizing.
if we do twice a month.
Yes, I'm good with twice a month. I just got to realize.
First and third.
Yes, first and third.
Because
And that,
Diver has a second obligation.
I failed to realize you said, yeah, because I'm actually, after I told you what I said in chat was the first and last, I remembered after I sent that you and Llama said first and third, and I never said anything else after that. So that's on me. So I'm admitting that. That's why, I mean, it's part of the reason why I'm here. Because I want to say I'm sorry. Because actually, you guys, for those who are watching in Dai's chat, I'm not here to milk off reviewers or anything. I actually like Ryan. I actually like Dai. I actually like Llama. I actually like these people. They're my friends. Shane, I just met you tonight, and I like you so far. So I'm gonna say, Shane, I like you as well.
Such a sweet talker when he's drunk.
I know. I get into my emotional feelings. This is the
If
chair
you
force
want
coming
good
out of me.
vibes, come to the
I'm
stream
getting
when
my
Condo's
emotion.
here.
He's like, I actually like you, Ryan.
I actually like you guys. I do.
I
And
like
I-
you too, man.
I love you.
I love you too, man. I like Schwart too, but Schwart doesn't talk as much in our private chat that we have for Pirate Panel.
Well,
but
apparently he's going to be more involved because he's on a new schedule now. He had to quit his
yeah,
job.
that's fair. So when I felt bad when I saw, I'm not gonna lie, when I saw Dai's post, AirConda will not be here. Pirate Panel, the last one for this month until Easter.
Did
is
you?
Tonight. And I was
I
like,
felt so passive aggressive.
It was the frowny face, wasn't it?
it was the frowny face. It gets me every time. And look, I didn't take it personally, but I was like, these are my friends. I feel bad
Aw.
because I misunderstood.
Now I'm
the
going to have to actually
conversation.
come down to Georgia and stop there.
Look, hold on. You had a wedding to get to. I was not going to hold you personally responsible for anything.
I had a wedding and no money.
Yeah, you had a wedding and no money. I was not going to hold you for that. If you had the ability to do it, yes.
I
was
so
gonna
wanted
meet you.
to stop. That would have been cool.
I mean, I'm not leaving Georgia. I'm retiring here, so I'm not leaving this area anytime soon. So,
Kat wanted me to come back down for my birthday, but like I can't make that happen, especially since because it would be the week after Easter and I'm taking Holy Week off. So it's like, yeah, no, I'm not going down. But it's her 50th birthday.
yeah.
I'll tell you now, I will not be around. I don't know what day it is or where Easter is, but I will not be down. I will not be around for the Pirate Panel in the last half of April.
We don't have one in April.
Okay, because you said after Easter, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, wait, duh. I'm brain farting. Yes, we will have one in April.
Yeah, I won't be around for that one.
April
I will
6th
be
and 20th.
April
Yeah, the
6th,
20th one I won't be. Because we're
Cool.
moving on the 12th, and I have no idea what the internet situation is going to be for a while. So,
Yeah, you're
Hopefully
going to
not.
Colorado, right?
yeah.
And you're not just going like Colorado in society, Colorado. You're going Colorado.
I'm
I may
going to
need-
stereotypical bumfuck Egypt, Colorado that you see in Hollywood where they think no cities exist. Everybody's walking around in chaps and stepping in horse shit. That's the Colorado I'm going to.
Are you
Better
going to be
than
close to
dog shit.
Stargate? That's all I got to ask.
Huh?
Are you going to be close to Stargate? That's all I need to know.
Perhaps.
Mount Cheyenne. By the way, for those who
Oh,
are
I'm going to
maybe-
be 2.5 hours from that.
Okay. So for those who don't know, Mount Cheyenne is actually a legit place. It's for NORAD. That's where the tracking of Santa Claus happens every Christmas. It's
Very
a
important
Canadian
business.
US. It's a Canadian US joint venture, not just for the tracking of Santa, but it's tracking of other things. But the TV series Stargate uses Mount Cheyenne as their launching point. And it's the only good Air Force thing in TV that actually happened. So I'm claiming it because Colonel Jack O'Neill is the best fucking colonel in all the branches ever, fictionally or reality. I'm going to claim
As a
that right.
Colorado native, I'm going to say it's Cheyenne Mountain, not Mount Cheyenne.
Fair enough. There you go. Cheyenne Mountain.
Cheyenne
It's near
Mountain.
the Canadian border, isn't it?
What?
So honestly,
We're not anywhere near Canada. What are you talking about?
But is there Canadians in it?
Is there
I mean, I'm
Canadians
sure
in it?
there's Canadians everywhere.
There's
They
actually
are
there's
allowed to
Cana-
leave their country.
There is Canadians in Georgia as well as Australian and British military where I'm at, by the way. That's all I'm gonna
I can say that I did live in Colorado Springs, and I never saw any military uniforms other than Air Force and Army.
That makes
Glitch,
sense.
put the 6th on your calendar, kiddo. April
Huh?
6th. Telling Glitch.
So, the good news is the new job I started, I actually have to track what I do every day now. So when you start giving me dates, I'm gonna actually have to put it into a physical calendar. Because this is gonna sound really bad. The job I was doing before, I didn't take 100% seriously. So when they say, "Hey, you have to do this on this day," I was like, "Whatever. I'm just gonna do what I want. If it happens, it happens." This job I'm in now, when the Air Force says we're gonna do this on this day, it's gonna happen on this day, which means I actually have to be organized.
That's
So
funny.
when Di tells me a date, I'm gonna have to actually put that date down because otherwise I'm gonna fail to beat everything.
I also need to start using events in Discord more. I'll do that. We did it for the Super Bowl party.
I didn't even
Yeah.
touch the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no. Psycho gave me a link, so we watched the Super Bowl in my Discord. It was just me, Jay Rillin, and Glitch. But yeah, we got together and yelled at
Everybody asked me if I was gonna watch the Discord or the Super Bowl. It's like I know what's gonna happen. The Chiefs are gonna win. I
That
knew the
was a
Chiefs
good
would-
game.
I heard it was a good game, but I was like, and that's what I was thinking because I started seeing people mock the Chiefs on Twitter and say the Chiefs are losing this. The Swifties are going to be upset. I was like, yeah, are they going to be upset or are they going to turn it around in the last half of the game? Sure enough, Chiefs won.
They
Obviously, because the feds were
I think
involved.
the last
with the
half
winning.
of the game is an understatement.
Yeah.
I think OT is a little bit more accurate.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't set a timeline. I knew the Chiefs were going to
Such
win.
a close game.
And then when Biden made his tweet, I was like, all right, I don't think Biden himself or his campaign planned the outcome of the Super Bowl, but they're taking advantage of it. That's what I thought. They took advantage of the fact that the Chiefs won, Taylor Swift's boyfriend won, and they want Taylor on their side. That's what I think. I don't think Biden's campaign or cabinet planned the outcome of the Super Bowl, but they're sure as hell going to take advantage of it because so many goddamn dumbass Trump supporters thought it was an actual conspiracy theory. I think it was just the Super Bowl taking advantage of a popular pop singer trying to get tickets. That's my conspiracy theory. They want
What is this
tickets.
in my chat?
Huh?
Sorry. Wait. Weiwu just posted that on her feed after her little talk she was having. So I was like, oh my God.
My
Hold on,
friend wants to attract women so much they go up, down, left, right for you. Teach you secret. Hate deodorant. Be stinky. This is the way. Jeez. Yes, don't wear deodorant. That would be awesome. Because men totally don't stink.
Nope. It's nature. Women are attracted to nature.
Yes, I like to go for walks outside.
Yes. And now you can be with a man that's like climbing a tree.
Nah, it's okay. I'll stay where I'm at. I'm good. At this point, if I got married, I'd be like, you need a man cave and I'm gonna go have a bear cave. And what kind of a marriage is that if you never see each other? I'm so hooked on introverting now. I can't do that. I want separate bedrooms.
My wife and I are complete empty nesters at this point. So like it just in the past 2 months is we become empty nesters. And it's the most bizarre thing without kids in the place anymore. And then like all of a sudden, like you take a 20-minute or 20-year rewind to like when you first met and you're like, holy crap, we're like introducing each other to each other again for the first time in 20 years.
So weird.
very
Yeah, I've
interesting.
heard about that a lot too.
It's so weird. Like we spent the day today, all day, and with the dogs and stuff, but it's bizarre without people
So do you
around
guys-
you.
Are you clicking? Like you think it's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
work?
I mean it's awesome, but it's like it's really weird. We actually get along a lot better now. because we disagreed on parenting so much for 20 years, like I'm like a hard ass. She wants to be friends, and we disagreed on that.
Probably a good thing you were a hard ass.
Yeah, like
yeah.
It
the
was
friend thing
me
usually
against
doesn't
3
work out.
women.
You got to be a parent.
It was me against 3 women, and I'm just too ornery and dumb to know better.
To back down.
Yeah. So,
you're not
so
Polish, are you?
They all thank me for being so obstinate, and it is the most amazing thing to be told thank you for doing all the things we hated you for before. To get to that phase in your child's relationship and to start praising
now
you.
that I see how the world is, Dad, I'm so glad I'm still a woman.
Yeah, like seriously. Like I'm telling you, I went through all kinds of shit. Like I went like this whole rabbit hole came from parenting. Like I saw the stuff that I was faced with, and I handled it differently than my wife did.
At least you noticed it.
Yeah, and I was like the moment my daughter came out to me that she was gay, I was like, you're still giving me grandchildren. Like I reacted in the most asinine, like the most like, okay, like obviously I don't agree with this shit. It's bullshit, blah blah blah. Now she's dating a guy I really like.
You didn't validate the craziness.
Yeah, I'm like, it doesn't excuse you. You're giving me grandbabies. Like,
yeah, you better go find
I don't care who you love.
We're doing
give me grandbabies, and it like those reactions break people's brains. Like it's funny because I love fishing. I don't know if anybody likes fishing. Crappie.
I love fishing.
You know what crappie is?
What?
A crappie.
Yes, I know what a crappie is.
Okay, so my daughter, when I wouldn't allow her to get tattoos or piercings until she was 18, right? She got a piercing, so I made fun of her getting a nose ring, right? So she painted, because she's an artist, she painted me a picture of a crappie with a nose ring. I've got it sitting behind me. Like, that's the relationship I have with my daughters. I just harassed them. Like, it was fun. It's not, like, I'm not going to judge you. I'm going to harass the hell out of you.
Well, I enjoy the videos too, where you have those fathers who do that. Like, remember the one where the kid came out as, I think, trans, and the dad dressed up as a woman and took her to school? She was so embarrassed.
Like, this is the guerrilla warfare is the not reacting the way you're supposed to react to the shit, and you break their brains. And it's
I will not validate. I don't validate. I will mess with you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I will tell you how it is.
And that's the thing that this goes into all this rabbit hole that I went down, because a lot of it I went to understand some of these things. And I'm trying to figure out, why am I losing? Why am I losing? Why are we all losing all of these things? And it's because we don't understand their warfare.
We don't understand parenting.
I think a lot of people don't even understand their own values. So like going back to Christianity, so many Christians are afraid to speak out against this stuff because it's like, well, we're called to love our neighbor. Well, your love is truth. That is fundamental in Christianity. And if you aren't going to hold people accountable to the truth, to reality, you're not loving that person. Validating insanity is not a loving thing. And just in Christianity as a whole is freaking huge. You have so many people who buy into this new stuff, and it's like, no, stop. And well, you see, we're having fights all the time.
Yeah. No, this is something I have very, very, very strong faith values. It's not me. It's a little, probably just like everything else, it's very off the wall potentially, but I've got reasons. Mm-hmm. But part of this is because we have an inverted morality. Like, for example, like, I don't hate gay people. I love them.
Yep.
We're all sinners.
I have friends
I'm
who are
not
gay.
going to, like, I do not approve. I can love somebody. I don't approve of their behavior.
Most of my inner circle is not Catholic or Christian. Some are pagan. Some are gay. Like they don't look like me. My inner circle does not look like me. But this is where everyone has commonality. Every single person in my inner circle is authentic. They are not going to stab me in the back. They are not going to scapegoat me or gaslight me. They're real. They are real people. And that's what I require in my friendships.
And we've been programmed to smile and say, that's awesome. Right? rather than saying, I love you. I don't agree with you. I mean, like, I don't approve of this.
They've told me that, like, I don't have your beliefs. I don't agree with you on something. Same thing. They know I will not praise them for something I don't believe in.
Yeah.
But we all love each other, like real love.
Yes. 100%. And I think that's the piece that that's how we win. That's how we win, is through those values. And I'm very strong in faith. Mm-hmm. I am blessed beyond imagination in ways that people on this panel probably have absolutely no concept.
I'm going to tell you, though, this clown world really, really pushed me. You want to talk about growing people's faith? That's exactly what it's been doing for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at this world and it's like, I can't do this world. I can't.
And this is the crazy thing that, like, we've got to also be able to understand and like my daughters, like they would tell you that they are probably liberal, progressive. Mm-hmm. That's just the way they would describe this. They're probably so much further, more conservative now than 90% of conservative proclaiming men on Twitter. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's labels are just because simply the fact that they don't feel a certain way about gay people in the alphabet cult. As long as you steer away from calling them the alphabet cult, my daughters are completely so much further conservative.
I mean, the alphabet soup group is funny, and I got that from a trans person.
Well, no, but I'm telling you, my daughters are conservative as hell, and except with a caveat, they feel bad about saying things about trans and gay stuff, right? But that's it. Like their lifestyle, their work ethic now, the way they approach.
And that's a very feminine thing as well.
But my daughter just called me today with a 20% raise that she got at work. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you earned that because she worked hard and she did the thing, and she was in the folks that she works with were so amazed that she's not a complete retard like most of these kids coming out.
Hashtag die gamer mom. We have Glitch hanging out in chat.
Conda is gay. Conda's happy. What the hell is going?
Wait, where does it say Conda's gay?
I see it on his thing.
Oh, wow, Conda. All right, I'm gonna try to sleep tonight.
It's probably a good thing to do.
Yeah, I haven't been sleeping. Dude, when I go carnivore and I do fasting, I don't sleep as much. Do you have that?
When I go, I think I sleep better.
See, over the holidays when I was eating all that crap, I would sleep for like 8 or 10 hours and not feel rested.
Really?
Yeah. But like last night, I went to bed at like 9 or 10 and I woke up at 1. And then I woke up at 2. And then I just kind of was in limbo until 5 and I got up.
Fasting. Maybe it's the fasting. It's weird.
Fasting does mess with my sleep more. I think it's because I'm just in such like crazy fat burning mode. It's insane. But I need sleep. I want to be awake when I go to mass tomorrow. So it was fun.
I'm sure God will appreciate that.
Chat, thanks for hanging out. Next pirate panel I think we've made plans tonight. So I'm going to commit to April 6th. That is my birthday. We're going to be on my gamer channel, rumble.com/diebear for, we're going to play games, probably golf with friends and some other crazy stuff. And then, Jackbox. We'll do some Jackbox. Yeah. And then we'll do pirate panel and we'll be drunk by then. So don't expect it to be a good one. All right, guys. Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks
You
all.